It is a really exciting time to be a JavaScript developer. In the old days, companies used to need separate developers to work on their front end, their back end, their mobile apps, their databases, etc., since all of those required experience with different types of programming and different programming languages. But all of this has changed now. JavaScript can now be used to develop each of these platforms, meaning that one JavaScript developer can now create something that used to take an entire team. In this course, I'm going to show you how to create and deploy a full-stack React-powered blog website from scratch with user authentication. We'll start off by using React to create an interactive front end for our site, and then move on to writing a Node.js server with Express, tied in with MongoDB. After that, we're going to see how to add basic user authentication to our app using a very helpful tool called Firebase Auth, and then we'll close out by seeing how to host this entire full-stack site that we've built on Google Cloud and access it from anywhere. To get the most out of this course, there are a few things that it would be helpful for you to know ahead of time. The first is that it would be helpful for you to have a basic knowledge of JavaScript and ideally some experience with more modern JavaScript syntax such as ES6 and above. Now, if you're not already comfortable with JavaScript, it's not hard to learn. Just check out some of the courses on it in our library and come back here when you're done. Or, if you're feeling brave, feel free to just jump into this course anyway. Now, it would also be helpful for you to have some basic experience with command line operations, and all we're really going to be using for this course are basic commands like make directory to make directories, cd to change directories, and ls to see the contents of a directory, so this is more just a nice to have that may come in handy for you. And finally, since many developers find that the React library does have a bit of a learning curve, it would be helpful for you to have some experience with the basics of React, although you should be able to at least follow along with this course even if you don't have any React experience yet. Oh, and one last thing, I highly recommend that you follow along with me as I write code, or if you want to jump around a little bit, the beginning and end states for all the code that I write in this course are in the exercise files for your reference. So basically, this course is for intermediate level developers who are looking to build their first full stack application with all the modern JavaScript technologies. If you happen to fit that description, and I think if you've made it this far, then you do, then this course is definitely for you. All right, so before we get started, let's install the tools necessary for this course. Now, Node.js is going to be a really important tool for running our code and installing a few libraries that we'll be using to make our programming easier. So if you don't already have Node.js installed, you can download the installer from Node.js's website, which is nodejs.org. And what you're going to want to do probably is download the long-term support version, which is the LTS version over here. The version that you see might be a little different from the version that I see, but whatever this is over here, you're going to want to download that. And once you've downloaded that, you're just going to need to run the installer, and Node.js should walk you through the rest. So once you've done all of that, just to make sure you've set up everything correctly, you're going to want to open up a terminal. And I'm using the built-in terminal in Visual Studio Code, which is the IDE that I'm going to be using in this course if you're interested in using it as well. And what you're going to need to do in order to check to make sure that Node.js and NPM are installed correctly is just run node-v, and that will show you the current version of Node.js that you're using. And you're also going to want to run npm-v and hit enter, and that will show you the current version of NPM that you're using. Now, I am using the current version, which is not the long-term support version currently, but I wanted to use a later version just to make sure that this course was relevant for as long as possible. So anyway, as long as you can run those commands and you see a version that's at least somewhat similar to the ones that I have here, you should be good to go. Alright, so as I stated in the intro to this course, what we're going to be doing here is building a full-stack blog application, and this is going to involve several pages such as the home page and the about page, and we're also going to learn how to do things like load articles and display them, and then we're going to see how to allow users to upvote our articles by clicking an upvote button, and add comments to our articles by using the add comment form that we'll build. And of course, we're going to be seeing how to let users log in and out of our application so that we can keep track of who users are when they add comments and make sure that users can only add a certain number of upvotes to each of our articles. So that's what we're going to be building in this course. So without further ado, let's jump right in and start building the front end in React. All right, so we're going to be starting off here by building the front end of our blog site using React. Now, you may be wondering why we'd choose to use React instead of just creating our site using basic HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Well, React has a lot of advantages over hand coding a static site, and the main advantage is that it makes creating a website much simpler and faster without taking away any of the fine-grained control from the programmer. All right? It allows us to create modular, reusable components that can then be arranged into a fully functional website instead of hand coding each individual page in our site. So let's imagine, for example, that we have a blog site with hundreds or thousands or hundreds of thousands of articles, such as Medium here, and let's say that we want to add something to all of our pages, right? Like an email sign-up form, or in the case of Medium, something that blocks users from reading articles after they've read 3 articles in a month. Well, if our site was just a static collection of HTML documents, what we'd have to do is actually have as many HTML documents as we had articles on our site, and if we wanted to make some sort of change, right, if we wanted to add a message up here saying this is your last free article, for example, then what we would have to do is actually make that change across all of our HTML files, which would be a very unpleasant and time-intensive task. All right, so that's one of the main reasons that we use React, is to make that sort of thing much easier. Now, the next question is why you'd use React over other platforms like WordPress or Wix or Squarespace that provide you with a more drag-and-drop approach to building websites, usually without writing any code. Well, first of all, since this course is primarily aimed at developers, if you want to create a blog and you're not already a fairly strong developer, I would actually recommend that you use one of these platforms instead of React, since it'll probably end up being much more difficult for you in the long run if you try and create a code-based site with React if you haven't yet mastered basic coding. All right, so another question is why you'd choose React over other web libraries and frameworks like Angular or Vue. And the answer to this question is that it kind of depends on why you're asking, right? If you're trying to figure out which one of these, React or Angular or Vue or one of the many other front-end libraries that are out there, is best for you, then I'd say that at the end of the day, the only way to really know for sure is to try all 3. All right, now if you're trying to figure out which one you should learn for career reasons, however, I would strongly recommend React. Now, I'm not exactly sure what the actual statistics for this are. You're free to Google that for yourself. But personally, I see a lot more companies using React than any of the other major front-end libraries. Okay, so all that being said, React is a fantastic tool for programmers who want to create basically any type of web application. And with the advent of libraries like React Native, it's rapidly becoming a tool for creating mobile apps as well. All right, now because of this, React developers are currently very highly sought after and generally highly paid as well by companies who are looking to modernize their web apps or stay ahead of the curve. So with all of that knowledge, let's move on and see how we can quickly set up a React-powered blog site. All right, so the fastest way to set up a React app from scratch is usually by using a generator, right? It is possible to create a React app from scratch without using a generator, but it can be kind of a lengthy process and it involves some extra things that we're not really going to be talking about here. So there are several generators that you can use, all of which take nearly all of the work out of getting a React site up and running, which is pretty great, right? So in this video, what we're going to do is use Create React App, which is a not very creatively named open source React app generator, which is published, I believe, by Facebook. And it's currently one of the most popular and common ways to create a new React application. So to set up our project, what you're going to want to do is open up Visual Studio Code or whatever IDE you're using, and you're going to want to open up the integrated terminal in your IDE. And if your IDE happens to not have an integrated terminal, you'll probably just want to use iTerm or something like that, or your computer's built-in terminal, which you can usually find by just searching for terminal, like so. Okay? So anyway, once you've opened up the terminal, the next thing that you're going to want to do is navigate to wherever you want your project to be created, right? I just have mine inside a folder called Courses, and once you're in the right location, you can create your React app by typing the following command, and it is npx create react app. And this is going to be followed by the name of the app that you want to create, right? So since we're going to be creating a blog application here, I'm going to call this my blog. And we're going to hit enter, and that should generate that project for us, right? So it's going to basically create a new folder called my blog, and it's going to create all of the necessary React boilerplate files and install all of the necessary dependencies for us. And that's all there is to it. So now that we've run the create React app command, what you should see if you list out your files in this directory is that we now have a new directory called my blog. And what you're going to want to do is open that up in your IDE so that we can take a look at some of the files. So let's open up courses and my blog. And when we click open here, we should see that sure enough, we have a lot of files over here on the side, and we'll discuss what each of these is very shortly. But first, let's see how to run this React app. And to do that, you're just going to want to open up a terminal and make sure that it's inside the My Blog directory or whatever you decided to call your project. And you're going to run npm start, or you can also run npm run start. Those are really just aliases for the same command. And what that's going to do is it's going to build all of the files in our React project and host them. And you'll be able to see the React app in action. You just have to wait a minute here in your browser at localhost 3000. All right, so that's how to create and run a React app. And we were able to do all of that in a very short period of time, which again is one of the major advantages of using React app generators like Create React App. So all we have to do now is modify the default code that Create React App gave us in order to make it into whatever application we're trying to build. So let's take a quick look at the project that it's created for us, right? We saw that it created quite a few files for us inside our My Blog folder. And what you're going to notice is inside this folder, besides things like package.json, which just contains information about our project, and packagelock.json, which is a pretty in-depth look at all of the dependencies in our project, we also have these two folders which are called public and source. All right, now the public directory contains some of the things that Create React App has put there by default, right? So you'll see this index.html file, which is the HTML entry point for our app. And you'll also see this manifest.json file in here, which is used with mobile phones. And I'm not going to go into too much detail on the contents of this folder here, but there's plenty of information on React's website or just on the web in general if you're interested in it. Now, the other directory that we have here, remember, is the source directory, and this is where the bulk of our blog's code is going to go. So we have this app.js component, which is what's called the root component for our blog site, right? This is basically the component in React that is going to contain the rest of the components that we build. All right, now in addition to this main component code, we also have the CSS and test files that go along with that component. And, you know, those of you who are big fans of test-driven development are going to have to forgive me on this, but we're not actually going to be using tests in these videos since testing React projects is just beyond the scope of this course. And for the time being, we don't really need to worry about the rest of the files in this directory. It's mostly just boilerplate code that Create React App has set up for us. All right, now you're going to notice also that there's a gitignore file inside this folder, and that's there because in addition to generating all of these files for us, Create React App has also initialized this directory as a GitHub repo so that, you know, as you make changes, you'll be able to commit and push your code to GitHub, if that's what you want to do, of course. All right, so now that we've got a very basic React app up and running, the next thing that we're going to do is make a few changes to the app component, which currently is the only component in our React application. So if you open up app.js, what you're going to see is inside this app component, we have all of the JSX, right? That's the HTML-like syntax that React uses to define interfaces, defined for our application. And basically all that this is right now is the little spinning logo thing. That's line 8 right here. We have this little message saying edit source/app.js and save to reload, which is just the message that's displayed underneath it. And then we have a link that takes us to the React documentation. Now, None of this stuff is really relevant currently for our blog app that we want to build. So what I'm going to do is just delete everything here except for the surrounding app div. All right, what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be defining some of the interface for our blog inside this div. And here's what that's going to look like. All we're going to do is at the top, we'll create an H1 heading. And inside there, we'll say something like my awesome blog. And then underneath that, we're going to have the actual body of our site. This is where we'll be rendering the pages, as you'll see very shortly. And for this, we're just going to create a div, which will give the ID of page body to. This is going to be for styling that we'll be adding later on, as you'll see. And then inside here, we'll just say something like, welcome to my blog. And that's really all we need to do. Again, what we're going to be doing later is actually creating pages that will be rendered in this part of our app, and we'll see how to do that very shortly. But for now, this should allow us to at least make sure that we've removed all of the correct code, and it will also allow us to add a little bit of styling, as you'll see in just a minute. So we can also delete this logo import since we're not using that logo SVG anymore. And in fact, if you just want to delete that from the folder here, from the source folder, you can just say delete, and that will get rid of logo.svg and save us a little bit of space there. Cool, so now that we've edited our app component, what we should be able to do is run our application again. And you may still have this running from before. So if you do, you can just leave it running. You don't have to restart it in order to see the changes in React, as you probably know by now. But if it's not running, you can run it again by saying npm start or npm run start. And we should see our updated app in a browser. So what you're going to see is that this stuff will disappear, and we'll now have my awesome blog and welcome to my blog rendered. And yeah, it's not much yet, but it's a really good start because the next thing that we're going to do is add some of our own styles. So in order to make the styling as easy as possible for this application, what I'm going to recommend you do is copy the CSS from the GitHub repo for this course. And you can find that inside app.css in the GitHub repo. And all you need to do is open up your own app.css file. You can then copy the CSS from the GitHub repo and paste it in here, which I'm going to do right now from another window. All right, there we go. And as you can see, this is all of the CSS for our app. So this will just all automatically get applied as we build out our application and add things like IDs and class names to the different elements that we define. All right, so if we go back to our app again, you're going to see that the styling has changed very slightly. And don't worry too much about how it looks now because we're going to be making quite a few important changes to our app later on as we go about developing the different pages, the nav bar, etc. So anyway, that's how to set up our app component. The next thing that we're going to do is start creating our different pages and see how to add routing to our app. All right, at this point we have the app component, which is the uppermost component in our React application defined, and we've also added styling for our application. So the next step for us is going to be to create all of our application's pages. And once we have those created and displaying on the same route, which we'll see how to do very shortly, we'll be able to actually go through each page and implement it individually. So the first thing that we're going to want to do is inside this source directory, let's create a new folder, and we'll call this folder Pages. And as you might guess by the name, this is where we're going to be creating all of the individual components for our pages on our blog site. All right, so in React, pages of a site are usually just regular components. There's not a special type of component that we have to use in order to make pages in React. So anyway, what we're going to do is create one component for each page that we want in our application. And for now, there's going to be 5 main pages. The first one is going to be the home page. This is going to be the sort of landing page for our application. So what we're going to do is name this homepage.js and hit enter. And we'll come back in just a minute and add some basic code to this page. But first, let's add the rest of our pages. So the next one is going to be the About page. As you might guess, this is going to be the page that gives users more information about our site and allows us to sort of tell our story there. After that, we're going to create the Articles list page. Now, this page is going to, as you might guess by the name, contain a list of all of the articles on our site. So let's hit enter there and create that component. And the next one is going to be the actual individual article page, which we'll just call articlepage.js. This is going to be the actual page where users will be able to see the content of the article and read the article. And finally, we're going to create one last page, and this is going to be the not found page. Now, this page is going to be a little bit different from the other pages, as you'll see, because we're only going to want to display it when the user is on a route that we don't have a page for. But for now, don't worry too much about this page. We'll come back to that when we actually see how to add a not found page to our app. Okay, so for now, we have these 4 pages: about page, articles list page, and home page. So what we're going to do is we're just going to define a very simple interface for each of these pages that will allow us to know which page we're currently looking at. All right, so for the home page, we're just going to say const homepage, and we're going to define all of these components in our application as function components. It is possible to define them as class components, but that's rapidly becoming a pretty outmoded practice. So we're going to be defining these all as function components. So let's say const homepage, and the body of the component is going to be pretty straightforward. We're just going to say return, and we'll have an h1 heading that says this is the homepage. Okay, and once we've defined that, we're just going to export this as the default export by saying export default homepage. That should export the homepage component so that we can import it into our app component later on and actually display it. Cool, so that's the homepage. Let's copy this now, and what we're going to do is basically just the same thing for about page. We'll just change the name of this to about page and change the text here to say this is the about page. And same thing down here, export default about page. And you get the idea. We're just going to do that same thing for our other 2 pages. So for our articles list page, we're going to say const articles list page and articles list page. And then we're going to say, of course, in the text, this is the articles list page. And last but not least, we'll do this for the article page. We're just going to paste this, replace about with article. Replace the text here with this is the article page, and down here we'll say export default article page. Cool, so our pages are very simple right now, and the point of this is that it's going to allow us to make sure that we set up the routing for our application correctly. So let's take a look at how that's done. What we're going to do is head back to our app.js component, and we'll start off here by importing all of our pages. So we'll say import homepage from pages homepage. And if you're lucky, your IDE will help you out here and just type most of that out for you, as mine is doing. All right, then we'll import the about page. We'll import the articles list page. And last but not least, we'll import the article page. Cool, so now that we have all of these pages, the next thing that we're going to need to do is make sure that each of the pages gets displayed when we're on the correct route, right? Ideally, what we'll want is when we're just looking at localhost 3000, which is the base route for our app, we'll want to see the homepage content here. When we're on the path like localhost 3000/about, we'll obviously want to see the about page, and same thing for the articles list page and the article page. So we'll see how to do this using a package called React Router, but first, let's just display each of these pages inside our app component. What we're going to do is remove this welcome to my blog, and in its place, we're going to display all 4 of these pages. So we'll say homepage, like so. Then we'll display the about page, and then we'll display the articles list page and the article page just by specifying their JSX tags, like I've done here. Cool, so now that we have all of that in place, let's just go back to our browser and we should see our updated app. And sure enough, all of the pages are being displayed in our app at the same time. Now, this is obviously not what we want, so the next thing that we're going to have to do, as I said, is make sure that each page is only rendered when we're at the correct route up here in our browser. So the way that we do that is by using a package called React Router DOM, and we can install that into our project by stopping our app, and you can stop your app, by the way, just by pressing Control-C, and we can say npm install React Router DOM and hit enter, and that will install that package for us. So now that we've installed the React Router DOM package, what we're going to need to do is import some stuff from it. And basically, these are all going to be components that will allow us to define when these pages get displayed. So there's actually three main components that we need to import. The first is going to be browser router, and these are all from React Router DOM, which we just installed. And then we're going to say routes, and finally we'll say route. Cool, so now that we have those three components imported, what we're going to do is, first of all, we need to wrap the entire user interface of our application in a browser router, right? That component we just imported. And then, in order to define when each of these pages gets displayed, we're going to need to wrap them all inside a routes component. Okay, so we'll put that there and put all of our pages inside of there, like so. And last but not least, for each of these pages, we're going to need to define a separate route component that's going to look like this. We're going to say route, and then as a prop, we're going to say path, and the value of this prop is going to be the exact path that we want this page to get displayed at. So for our home page, for example, we want that to be displayed on the home route, so the path here is going to be /. All right, and as a second prop, we're going to need to define a prop called element, and that's going to be how we define which page and really which JSX elements in general are going to be displayed at that path. So in this case, what we're doing is we're saying when the path is equal to /, right, when we're at the home route, we want to display this JSX inside this portion of our interface. Okay, so now we just need to do the same thing for the rest of our pages. So we'll say route. And for our about page, the path will be /about. And for the element, we'll just say equals about page, like so. And then for our articles list page, same thing. We're going to say route. The path for this one is going to be /articles. And then for the element, we'll say equals articles list page. And oops, I forgot to close the quotation marks there. There we go. And last but not least, we have our article page. And the path for this one is going to be a little bit different. We're going to say /articles. And after that, we're going to say /article ID. All right, and this is something that's referred to as a URL parameter. We'll look at that in much more detail later on, so for now, don't worry about it. And then last but not least, we just need to say element equals article page, and that should be all we need to do for our routes. So let's run our application again, if it's not currently running. And what we should be able to see is if we go back to our browser, each of the pages will now only be displayed when we're at the correct URL, right? So you can see that when we're at the regular / route, we're now at the home page. If we go to /about and hit enter, we'll see that we're now at the about page. If we go to the /articles route, we'll see the articles list page. And if we go to /articles /anything, right? You can just type anything in there that you want. We'll see the article page. And just to give you a hint at what this is the URL parameter that we're going to see how to use later. Cool, so at this point we have all of the pages in our application defined, and we're displaying them on the correct routes. All right, so at this point we've created very basic components for all of the pages in our application, and we can navigate between those pages simply by going up here to the top and typing in the path of one of our different pages. So if we type /articles, we'll see that the articles page shows up. Now, this whole idea of typing in the path in a browser is probably something that our users aren't going to want to do. So it's very important that we allow our users to navigate between different pages by interacting with the site instead of actually having to go up here and know the specific path they want to go to. Now, the way that we do this, the way that we allow users to click certain elements and go to another page, in other words, the way that we add links to our site using React Router, is by using a special component called the link component. Now, before we actually see how that component works, what we're going to do here is we're going to add a navigation bar to our application. So let's open up our directory over here. We're going to create a new file, and we'll call this file navbar. And notice that I'm creating this outside the pages directory here because, well, it's not a page. So the navbar component here, what we're going to do first is obviously define this component. So we're going to start off here by saying const navbar equals, and then this will be the body of our component here, of course. And then underneath this, we'll export our component by saying export default, that is, navbar. All right, now for the body of this nav bar, it's just going to be a very straightforward nav bar that uses an unordered list element. So what it's going to look like, first of all, we'll have the nav semantic element as basically the wrapper for this nav bar component. And then inside here, we're going to have our unordered list. And for each of the list items, these are going to be the links to the respective pages. So the first one that we're going to want to do is have a link to the home page. So we'll just say home here. Under that, we'll have a link to the about page. So we'll say li about. And after that, we'll have a link to the articles list page. So we'll say li, and this will just say articles. Now, notice that we're not going to add a link to the article detail page because the article detail page is actually going to need to load a specific article and display that article's data, right? So in other words, even though it's one component, it's actually going to be a lot of different pages depending on the data that it displays. That's something that we'll look at later, so don't worry too much about it now. All right, so now that we have our list here with all of the different pages that we want to link to, we're going to import that link component that I talked about from the React Router DOM package. So we'll say import link from React Router DOM. And once we have that, we're basically just going to go through and wrap each of these links here, right? So home, about, and articles in this link component. So here's what that's going to look like. The link component, basically all we do is we wrap whatever text we want to actually apply the link behavior to in this link component. All right, so that's what it's going to look like for our home link. Now, in order to tell React where we want the user to go when they click on this link, all we have to do is add a prop called to, and we say to equals, and then we basically just specify what the actual path is that we want the user to be taken to when they click on this part of the screen. Okay, so let's do the same thing with about. We're going to say link to equals, and then we're going to say /about, and then we're going to put the about word in between those two link tags. And last but not least, we'll do articles. We're just going to say link to equals /articles. And then we're going to put the articles word in between those two tags as well. So let's go to the end here, paste it, and let's just adjust the indentation. And there we go. Okay, so we have our nav bar now, and hopefully all of the styling should line up nicely with our styles in our app.css file that we copied and pasted. So we shouldn't have to make any adjustments there, but what we do have to do, now that we've defined our navbar component, is go into our app component and actually display this navbar component there. So what we're going to do is up here above the home page, we'll just import our navbar component. And then we're going to come down here and remove the h1 heading that was there. All right, and in its place, we're going to put our new navbar component just like that. So if we go back and take a look at our app now, we should see that our navbar is looking pretty nice, and it's got links to home, about, and articles up here. So let's try clicking on each of these. If we click on articles, well, we're already on the articles list page, so let's try another one. If we click on the home route, for example, we'll see that that takes us directly to the home page. If we click on about, that'll take us to the about page. And if we click on articles, that will take us to the articles list page. All right, so that's how we use React Router DOM's link component to link users to different pages. And if I do say so myself, this is a big improvement over the previous practice of having to type in the URLs up here at the top of our browser. Okay, so now that we've added this lovely navbar to our application, the next thing that we're going to want to do is actually start implementing the article page. Now, remember that the article page, what was different about it, if we go back to our app component where we defined our routes, what was different about this is that it had this little URL parameter thing here. Now, URL parameters are generally used in React when we want a single component to be able to display multiple different pages. Right, so for our article page, it's a single component, but we're gonna want this to be able to display all of the different articles in our application as if we had one page for each article in our app. So what this means is that what we're gonna need to do is take this article ID when we're inside our article page component and use that to load the data for the correct article that matches this ID. You'll see what I mean in just a minute if that doesn't make too much sense. So anyway, what we're going to do is open up our article page. And before we can actually load data and display it inside this article page, what we're going to need to do is import some fake article data that we can use to display. All right. So what I'm going to recommend you do, this is going to be very similar to what we did with our CSS file, where we just copied and pasted it from the GitHub repo for this course. You're going to want to find the exercise files or the GitHub repo for this course and look for a file inside the pages directory called article content. All right, articlecontent.js is where that is. So what I'm going to do is create a new file in here with that same name. There we go, new file, article-content.js. And I'm just going to copy and paste that entire file content from GitHub. And what we'll see is we have all of this content that we can now use to display in our article page. All right, so first of all, though, let's take a look at all of these articles. So this is an array, this articles thing that we're exporting from this file. It's an array of article data. Each of these is going to be its own JSON object, and it has a name property, a title property, and a content property. Now, the name property is going to be the unique ID that will identify each of these articles, and that's what we're going to be using in the URL parameter. The title, this is going to be what we end up displaying at the top of the page, obviously. This is a user-friendly version of the name here. And then the content, what this is an array of all of the paragraphs in our article, right? So you can see that each article basically just has 3 paragraphs, and it's all currently lorem ipsum. So this is where you're going to have to write your content and fill it out if you want to start your own blog. So now that we have these articles, what we're going to need to do is go back to our article page, and we're going to need to use the URL parameter value to load and display the correct article from this article content file that we just created. So first things first, let's figure out how to actually get the value of the URL parameter in the URL. So let's say that the user is at localhost 3000/articles/learn node. Well, what we're going to need to do is get this string right here and use that to load the correct article from article content. So the first step in that is getting the value of this URL parameter, and what we're going to need to do for that is use a special hook that's provided for us by the React Router DOM package, and that hook is called useParams. So we're going to want to say import useParams from React Router DOM. And then we're going to go down here and say const params equals useParams. And that's all we need to do. So params currently is an object whose keys are, let me just go back and take a look at the URL parameter here, are the names that we've given URL parameters. So for article ID here, the key in that object is going to be article ID, and the value is going to be whatever the current string is at this part of the URL. So if we go back now to our article page, what we're really going to want here is the article ID property of params. So we can say const article ID equals params dot article ID. Or if you want to shorten this up, you can use object destructuring and say const article ID equals params like that. Or if you want to shorten it even more, you can just skip the params thing and say const article ID and get that directly from the useParams hook. All right, so now that we have this, let's just make sure that that value is what we think it is. And in order to do that, what we're going to do is say this is the article page for the article with ID, and we're just going to insert the value of article ID into the DOM. Okay, so let's go back to our application in the browser and see if this works. What we're going to do is go to /articles/ and then we'll just try learn node perhaps. And sure enough, we see this is the article page for the article with ID learn node. If we try something like learn React, which is another ID of the articles that we copied and pasted, you'll see sure enough that we have that value. And really, if there's anything that we want to type in, right, we could just type in a random long number here and hit enter, and we'll see that that value is displayed there as well. So currently, our application isn't really paying attention to whether or not this URL parameter value is valid. So what we're going to need to do now is use this article ID to actually load the correct article from article content. And the way that we're going to do that, it's going to be pretty straightforward. We're just going to say import articles from article content. And we're just going to use JavaScript's built-in find function to find one of these articles by some sort of criteria. So the way that this is going to work is we're going to say const article equals articles.find. And we're going to say that we want to find the article whose name property is equal to article ID. So we'll say article.name is equal to article ID. And that should give us the matching article if there is one. If there isn't one, well, we'll deal with that later. But currently we have the article. So what we can do now is we can just remove this h1 heading, which we don't need anymore, and replace it with the actual article content. So what this is going to look like, we're just going to say h1, and we'll display the article title by saying article.title. And underneath that, we're going to loop through all of the paragraphs in the article content, right? Remember that this content property is just an array of the paragraphs in our article. So we're going to loop through each of those by saying article.content.map. And for each paragraph, we're just going to return a paragraph tag with the paragraph content inside of that. Now you're going to notice that we're getting a little bit of a syntax error here. We see that red underline, and that's because in React, you can't return more than one top-level element from a component, right? We see that we have not only this h1 tag, but we're also returning all of these paragraph tags. So in situations like this, what we need to do is wrap this in what's called a React fragment. And that simply looks like this. It's just an empty tag, and all we need to do is put whatever content we want to be displayed in this component inside the React fragments, right? So this is just a little bit of a syntax helper that helps React know, okay, I'm going to need to display all of these elements, that there's really more than one top-level element here. So now that we're displaying the article's content, we should be able to go back into our browser and take a look at this. And of course, we're going to need to actually use a matching name. So let's try learn-react, which is a matching ID for one of our articles. And sure enough, we should see that the content for that article shows up, and we see the fastest way to learn React, and we see all of the content displayed for our article. Now, if we want to go to learn node instead, which is another matching article, we'll see that we have the content for that one instead. And last but not least, if we say learn MongoDB, and oops, it looks like that wasn't the name of it. Let's try just MongoDB, I believe that was. And sure enough, we see the content show up for learn MongoDB. Okay, so we've seen now that our articles list page can be used to display all of the different articles, and it's doing this using a single component that simply swaps out the data for all of the articles as the ID changes. And this is a very, very common pattern in React applications, and it can be tremendously useful since, again, it means we don't have to actually create a separate page for each page on our website. We can just have a single component that does all of that for us. All right, so now that we have our articles page working and displaying the correct content depending on the URL parameter up here at the top of our browser, the next thing that we're going to want to do is actually implement our articles page so that we can see a list of all of the articles on our site and be able to click on them and go to the corresponding article page for that article. So this is going to be pretty straightforward. What we're going to do is go back to our IDE and open up our articles list page. And what we're going to do is replace the current content that's in that page with, well, first of all, we'll add the title, which will be h1, and we'll just say articles. And then underneath that, what we're going to do is actually loop through all of the articles on our site. So in other words, all of the articles in this articles array, and display those in a list underneath it that, again, users will be able to click on and go to the corresponding article. So first things first, let's import that article content from our article content file. We're just going to say import articles from article content. And here, let's just change these to single quotes for consistency. And once we've done that, all we're going to need to do is inside our articles list page, we'll say articles.map. And for each article, what we're going to want to do is just display a little square that contains the article's title and a sample of its content. You'll see what that looks like in just a minute here. But basically, we're just going to need to wrap this inside a div of some sort. So we'll say div. And then inside here, we'll have an h3 heading that will contain the article's title. So we'll just say article.title for that. And under that, for the article sample, what we're going to do is have a paragraph tag, and we're going to get the first, so let's say 150 characters of the article content to display just as a sort of teaser to let users know what the article is about and kind of what its writing style is like, you know, sort of like you'd see on other blog websites. So for this, what we're going to do is say article.content. And since content is going to be an array of all of the paragraphs in the article, we're going to just want to get the first paragraph by saying index 0, and then we'll say dot substring, and we're going to want to get a substring from 0 to 150, which will give us the first 150 characters of that article's content. Okay, so this should give us a nice article content followed by a little sample of the article. The next thing that we're going to need to do is correct this same error that we were seeing in our article page, right? We're trying to display more than one top-level element in this component, so what we're going to need to do is just wrap this in React fragments. So we'll just write those up there and put the content of our articles list page inside of that. And as you can see, that's made the little red squiggly line go away. So let's take a look at this now. And what we're going to see is that sure enough, we have all of our articles in a nice little list here. And each of these is displaying a sample of the text. Oh, one last thing that we should do is just display ... after this as well, just so the user knows that there is more content after whatever the sample is that they're seeing. So we'll just add that right there. And sure enough, we see that that appears at the end of the sample. Cool. So the last thing that we need to do in order to make our articles list page work in the way we want it to is link each of these items in the list to its corresponding article. Now, we've already seen how to do this from the navbar using the link component provided for us by the React Router DOM package, and that's what we're going to use here as well. So let's just say import link from React Router DOM, and then we'll go down here and we're just going to replace this div now with a link, and we'll get to the to prop in just a minute here. All right, so it's now a link, which is great. So now we just need to link each of these items to the article that it corresponds to, and all we need to do for that is just say to, and then instead of just specifying a hard-coded string, we're actually going to use curly braces here, and we'll use backticks as well, just because this allows us to insert the values of variables into a string. And what we're going to do is link the user to /articles/ and then after this is going to come the ID or the name of the article. So we'll just say article.name, and that should successfully link the user to the article with that corresponding ID. All right, so we're basically just filling in that section of the URL parameter. So if we go back to our browser now, what we'll see is that everything is now highlighted that nasty shade of purple. We'll fix that in just a minute by adding a class to our link. But what we should be able to do now is click on any one of these and see that it takes us to the same page that it corresponds to. All right, so if we click on fastest way to learn React, sure enough, React will come up. If we click on learn Node, sure enough, Node will come up. You get the idea. So now that we've done this, let's actually just go back here and adjust the styling. And all that we need to do for that, because we've already copied and pasted the styles into our app.css file, is add class name equals, and then we're going to set this to article list item like so. Okay, so if we go back now, we should see that the styling is much better, and we even have these nice little borders in between all of our articles, and if we click on any one of these, it will still work in just the same way, as you can see. Now, one last thing that we need to do whenever we display a list in React, well, first of all, let me just show you this here. If we open up the inspector window in our browser and open up the console, what you're going to see is that there's actually quite a lot of warnings being logged out to our console. Now, if you read these warnings, you're going to see that it says each child in a list should have a unique key prop, And, well, it can't get much more self-explanatory than that. Basically, whenever you use map in React, or really anything that is going to dynamically change the length and order of the list, you're going to need to add a key prop to the outermost element in the list, such as this link in our case, that has a unique value. So in our case, each article has a unique ID or name property that we use to identify the article for the URL parameter. So we're just going to pass that to the key as well. All right, so we'll say article.name, and we should be able to go back now to our browser, open up the inspector window, and open up the console. And if we hit refresh, all of those errors should go away. All right, so that's just something we need to remember whenever we display a list in React. And you may be remembering now that we did the same kind of thing in the content for our article page. So what we're going to need to do, first of all, if you open up the inspector here and go to the console, you'll see that we get the same error. What we're going to need to do is go back to our article page and add a key prop to each of these paragraphs we're displaying. All right, now in this case, each of the paragraphs doesn't really have a good, unique property to it that we can use. So what we can actually do is just use the entire paragraph itself. And what that's going to look like is we'll just say key equals paragraph. And if we go back and take a look at that now and refresh, we'll see that that will get rid of the error. However, there is actually a better way to go about this, and that is since our paragraphs aren't going to change in order, and we're not going to be removing paragraphs or adding new paragraphs as the user is navigating through our React app, we can actually just use the index in this case for our paragraphs. So all we need to do for that is just add the second argument to the map function and change this to key equals I. And what this is going to do now is just use whatever the index is of the paragraph as that paragraph's unique key. And this is generally not something you want to do if the list is ever going to change, right? You wouldn't want to do this in, let's say, a to-do list, because in that case, some weird things could happen when React tries to update the list and make it look nice. But anyway, this also gets rid of the error, and that's all we need to do for now for our articles list page. Okay, at this point we have our articles list, and each of the items in this list is linked to the corresponding article. So before we move on, there's one more thing that I want to do with this articles list, and that is I want to turn it into a reusable component. Right? Because currently we just have this list defined inside our articles page, or articles list page, that is. And if we wanted to display anything else like this in our application, right? Let's say that we wanted to add a related articles list to the bottom of our article page, or maybe we wanted to add, a top articles or most popular articles list to our homepage. Well, currently there's not really a way to do that besides just copying this articles.map thing and pasting it into the other components that we want to use it in, right? And that's obviously not taking advantage of React and its reusable component structure. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create a separate articles list component. So what you're going to want to do is open up your directory over here on the left, and instead of putting this in with the pages, what we're actually going to do is create a new folder with the name components. And basically this folder is just going to contain all of the reusable components in our application that we use in multiple pages. So inside this components folder now, what we're going to do is create a reusable component for our articles list, and what we're going to call it is articles list.js. Okay? So creating this articles list is going to be pretty straightforward. All we're going to do is copy and paste this DOM structure from our articles list page. We're just going to copy that, and we'll create our component here by saying const articles list equals, and then for the body of the component, we're going to say return and paste that DOM structure in there. All right, now a few things about this. First of all, we need to surround this in a React fragment since we're trying to return more than one top-level element from this list. So, let's just add these things and put our articles.map inside of there, like so. And once we've done that, we're going to also need to somehow get these articles into our articles list. So the most obvious way to do this would be to simply copy this import line from articles list page and paste it at the top of articles list. And voila, we now are able to display our articles inside our articles list. However, this isn't actually the way that we're going to do it, and here's why. If we simply import all of our articles into this component and display them like this, that doesn't give us any flexibility to display different groups of articles in this component on different pages, right? The example I used before was on our home page, we might want to display the most popular articles. On one of our article pages, we might want to display an articles list with some of the related articles, etc. So if we're just importing this articles directly into this file, then we're not really going to be able to change what articles are being displayed in the component, and it's therefore not really a very reusable component. So what we're going to do instead is actually accept the articles as a prop in this articles list, and to do that we just need to add curly braces and articles there. And what this will allow us to do is basically pass the articles that we want this component to display in as a prop. So if we go back to our articles list page now and import this, and actually first let's export this by saying export default articles list. All right, if we go back to our articles list page now and import that by saying import articles list from components articles list, then what we can do is simply remove all of this articles.map stuff that we had there before and replace that with articles list. And now we just need to pass the articles that we want to display here, which in this specific case is all of the articles from article.content. Then we can just say articles equals articles and pass those articles in as a prop. Okay, so if we go back and take a look at our application now, oops, we're going to see that there's an error, and that's because we forgot to import this link component into our articles list. So what we can actually do is just cut this out of the articles list page file and paste it in articles list. And that should get rid of that error. So let's save it and go back and take a look. And sure enough, we're going to see that everything is pretty much the same and everything works just like before. But now we have this thing in a reusable component so that we can, display it on the home page if we wanted to. We can display it on the individual article pages if we want related articles. And, just in general, it makes our app's code much more flexible to split it into really as many components as possible. Or let me rephrase that and say as many components as practical, right? You don't want to split up your app into too many components, but at the same time, you really want to take advantage of situations like this where you can actually save yourself a lot of work down the road. Okay, so at this point, the main functionality of our application, right? Being able to browse through the articles and actually click on the article and read the article on a page, that functionality is pretty much done, as well as some of the other important functionality like being able to navigate to different pages. However, there are still two main things that we need to finish here before we move on to implementing the backend. The first thing is that we need to actually implement the homepage and about page here, because currently they really don't contain any content whatsoever. And the second thing is that we need to make sure that when a user goes to a route that doesn't exist, like this one, that we have some kind of not found page to show them and do so at the right time, right? This will also apply to the articles page when the user tries to go to an article that doesn't exist. So those are the two things we're going to be taking a look at here. Let's do the first one, and this one's going to be pretty straightforward because all I'm going to have you do is copy and paste the content for the homepage and the about page from GitHub, just like we did with the app.css file and the article content file. So what we're going to do is just open up the homepage.js file, and we're going to copy all of the JSX from GitHub. All right, so it's really just a lot of lorem ipsum with a heading at the top. I just thought I'd save you the trouble there of generating all of that text. And really, for the about page, we're going to do the exact same thing. The only difference is that instead of saying, hello, welcome to my blog at the top, we're just going to change this text to say something like, about me. All right. And that's really all we need to do to implement the homepage and about page. If we go back now and take a look at our application, we'll see that it looks pretty good. Again, you might want to add something like top-rated articles or something down here. And on the about page, maybe you want to add a picture of yourself. But overall, these two pages are as good as they need to be at this point. So the next thing that we're going to do is take a look at how to create and display the not found page. Now, if we go back to our IDE, Remember that we already have the not found page file created, so really all we have to do is come up with some kind of very simple component that says, page not found. So all we're going to need to do here is say const not found page equals, and then what we're going to do is for the JSX, we're just going to have an h1 heading that says 404 page not found. And that's it. Now, one thing that I do want to mention as well, this has been the case for a lot of the components that we've looked at so far, is when you have a simple component like this one, where really the only body of the function is just the return statement with the JSX in it, you can actually simplify this quite a bit by removing the return keyword and also removing the curly braces around the function. And then the component is just defined in between these parentheses here, so you can put whatever JSX you want in those parentheses. And, it's just a little bit of a shorter, more readable syntax when your component is very simple like this one. So that's what we're going to do for our not found page. And the same thing, by the way, would apply to like our home page. If we open that up here, you can see that the only statement in this function is the return statement. So we can just remove the return keyword, remove the curly braces, and then remove the other curly brace here. And we'll just adjust the indentation of everything here, like so. And there we go. So our home page is now a lot simpler than it was before, and you can do this on other pages if you want to. So now let's head back to our not found page, and we're just going to say export default not found page. And that's pretty much all we need to do for the page itself. So now we need to make sure that this page is displayed whenever the user goes to a route that we don't have a corresponding page for. So in order to do this, what we're going to do is open up our app component. And after all of the routes that we've currently defined, we're just going to add another route. And the path for this route is going to be the asterisk character. All right, so basically what this tells React Router is that we want this route to be displayed on all routes except for the ones that we've defined up above. All right, so for the element here, we're going to want to add the not found page, which we'll just have to import here in a minute. So let's go up to the top and we'll say import not found page from pages/not found page. And for some reason that didn't autocomplete for me. So let's just go back here and make sure that I did all the right stuff. And yep, sure enough, it looks like it was right. I guess my IDE's autocorrect is just not working there. So now that we have the not found page, we're going to go back down and add that for the element. We're just going to say not found page like so. And that's pretty much all we should have to do. So let's go back and test this out. We're going to open up our app and we're going to try and go to a route that doesn't exist. And sure enough, what we should see is that it says page not found. All right, now another place that we're going to want to do this, remember, is on the articles page. And what you'll see is currently if you go to an article that doesn't exist, right? If you input an article ID that we don't have a matching article for, well, at this point it breaks the app. And that's because if you go back and take a look at the article page, we're just going to open that component up here. Remember that the logic here basically involved finding an article from this articles array and then going through and saying article.title, article.content, etc. And well, the problem with this is if we don't find an article that matches this criteria here, article is going to be undefined. Now, when you try and say something like undefined.title in JavaScript, that throws an error, and that's why you're seeing that you just get a blank screen. And if you open up the inspector window and go to console, you'll see cannot read properties of undefined reading title, which is exactly what I just explained there. So what we're going to need to do is basically before we just go displaying all of this stuff and assuming that article exists, we'll need to check and see if we actually found an article in the first place, right? So what we're going to want to do is if we didn't find an article, right? So we'll say if not article, then we're not going to want to display the article content down here. What we're going to want to do instead is display the not found page. So let's just import the not found page up here. We'll say import not found page from, and then this is going to be /not found page. And what we're going to do is inside this if statement, we'll just say return and then have the not found page tag like so. Okay, now the reason that we don't have to have an else clause here, right? We don't have to have an else block for this if statement is that when we say return from inside a React component, nothing after that is going to get executed. So, if the article doesn't exist, we're just going to return the not found page and that will be the end of the component, right? None of this other stuff down here is going to be returned or even executed. So that's all we need to do. Let's go back and make sure that this works. If we open up our application, what we should see now, if we refresh the page, is that it displays 404 page not found when there's not a corresponding article for a given ID. And, if we go to Learn React, let's say, then sure enough, we see that the article still gets displayed. So that's how to create and display not found pages, and that really completes the front end of our app. So the next thing that we're going to be taking a look at is how to create the back end. All right, so now that we've got our client side working nicely, it's time to start building the back end of our blog. And to do this, we're going to be using Node.js. Now, you've probably already heard about Node.js by now, and you should have it installed locally on your computer. If you don't, you're going to want to head to nodejs.org and download the long-term support or current version of Node.js. And Node.js is really important for us because it allows us to write our backend in JavaScript instead of in PHP or Python or Java, right? As I said in the introduction, it used to be that in order to be a full-stack developer, you had to be fairly fluent in more than one programming language. But with Node.js, which has become an incredibly popular framework since it was released, our entire web application can now be written in JavaScript, which is great news for JavaScript developers like us. Now, there are many different NPM packages that can be used to create Node.js servers, and the one we're going to be using in these videos is called Express. Now, Express is a great choice for us because it's unopinionated, it's very easy to get started with, and it's also very well documented, and you can feel free to take a look at the documentation for Express just by going to expressjs.com and looking at the API reference. And in addition to this, there are a ton of third-party add-ons that can be used to extend Express's functionality, which, as we'll see later on, can really come in handy. So without further ado, let's get started creating our backend with Node.js and Express. All right, to get started creating a backend for our app with Node.js and Express, what we're going to do is create a directory outside of this front-end directory that we've been working with so far, right, that we called my blog. So what you're going to want to do is open up a terminal and type cd and then ... and that will send you back out into the parent folder. And then what we're going to do is just create a new folder inside of here alongside our my blog directory, and we'll call that something like my blog backend. So what you're going to do for that, assuming of course that you're on Mac, this may well be different if you're on Windows, so just look up how to create a new directory in Windows or whatever operating system you're on, and then you're going to say my blog backend, right? So this is the name that you want for the directory. Okay, so once we've created that, we're just going to open that up in Visual Studio Code, and you can either do that just by going to File, Open in Visual Studio Code, or if you have your terminal set up to do this, you can just say Code and then my blog backend, and that should open it for you in a new window. Okay, so we now have this nice empty directory, and what we're going to do here is initialize this as a new NPM package, and the way that we can do that is, again, by opening a terminal here and running the command npm init-y, which will do things like create a new package.json file inside our folder and help us keep track of different things about our backend project. All right, so once we've done that, the next thing that we're going to do is install the Express package, which we're going to be using to build our server. And the way we're going to do that is by running the command npm install express and hitting enter. And that should install Express for us. And the next thing that we're going to do now is create a source folder where we'll be storing all of our source code. So what we're going to do is just right-click inside of here and do new folder. And we'll just call this folder source, and this will contain all of our server-side code. And the last file that we're going to need to create here is a file called server.js, and this is where we're going to be writing all of our server code. But before we write our server code, what we're going to want to do is set up this project so that we can use modern JavaScript syntax, such as the import and export syntax. And in order to do that, this used to actually be a lot more complicated. You used to have to install Babel and set up a Babel RC, but now all you have to do in order to make that syntax work is go into your package.json file and add a single property to that called type, and the value for that is going to be module, and make sure that you add a comma on the end of that line, because if not, it will cause an error. Cool, so now that we've added that, we can start creating our new Express server inside this server.js file. So this is a pretty straightforward thing to do. And what we're going to do as an example is we're just going to create a very simple Express server that sends us a message when we send a request to it. So the first thing that we need to do here is import the Express package that we just installed, and we can do that by saying import Express from Express. And after we've done that, we're going to create a new Express app by saying const app equals, and then we're going to say Express, and call that as a function, which will create a new Express app for us. Okay, so now that we have this app object, we can define different endpoints and what we want our server to do when one of those endpoints receives a request. So let's start off very simply. Let's make it so that when our app receives a GET request on an endpoint /hello, it will simply respond with a message saying hello. All right, pretty simple, straightforward. It's a good hello world program to do. Okay, so in order to make our Express app do that, all we have to do is say app.get. This is the type of the request here. And then app.get takes two arguments. The first one is going to be the route, right? The specific path that we want to listen for. And the second argument here is a callback that gets called whenever this endpoint receives a request. So this callback has two main arguments. The first one is a request object, which contains details about the request that we received. And the second one is a response object, which we can use to send a response back to whoever sent the request. Okay, so for our purposes, what we're going to do is just say request and response, and the body of this callback function is just going to say response.send, and we'll send back the message hello. Okay, and response.send here is one of several functions that we can use to send back a response. In this case, our response, as you can see, is just the string hello. Okay, so we've defined the endpoint behavior, so the last thing that we have to do is tell our server to listen, and this is going to be done by saying app.listen. And this function takes an argument to specify which port we should listen on, so we'll just do 8000 here. And it's also going to take a callback that will get called once the server is actually listening, and we usually just use this to log out a message to the console saying that the server is listening. So inside here, we can just say console.log, and we'll say server is listening on port 8000. Okay, and that's all there is to it. All we have to do now is use Node.js to run our Express server, and the command that we have to use for that is node source/server.js, and if we hit enter now, we'll see that it says server is listening on port 8000. And what we should be able to do now is go over to a browser and enter in localhost 8000/hello and hit enter. And what we'll see, sure enough, is the response that we got from the server saying hello. So everything's working great so far. Next, we're going to see how we can actually make our app do some useful things. And we're also going to take a look at a better tool for testing our server. All right, so we've created a very simple Express server, and as we move forward with our server development, it's going to be very important for us to have an easy and reliable way to test it, right? So far, what we've done is we've just typed the URL into our browser, and this has worked, but for some of the more complicated operations we're going to want to implement, this isn't going to be quite good enough. So what I'm going to recommend you do is head over to postman.com/downloads and download a piece of software called Postman, which is a very, very helpful program for testing servers as you're building them, right? And this is what it looks like when you open it up. So once you've downloaded and installed Postman, let's use it to actually query our backend. So what we're going to do is run our server. Right, if you have your server running, that's great. If you don't have it running, you're going to want to run it again with node source/server.js, and make sure that it logs out server is listening on port 8000. And then what you're going to do is open up Postman, and we'll use it to send a GET request to the hello endpoint. And the way that you do this is by clicking on the little plus button up here, and that might be in a different place depending on if Postman is updated. But anyway, just find a way to get this window up. And what you're going to do in here is type in http://localhost 8000/hello. And notice over here that we have GET selected. There's all different types of requests that you can select from this, and we'll get to that shortly. But for now, let's just send a GET request to that endpoint that we created on our server. And what we should see if we click the send button is, sure enough, we get back this response, hello. All right, so that's the basics of using the Postman tool. There are obviously a lot more things that you can change about the request that you're sending, and we'll get to those shortly. But first, let's talk a little bit about making different types of requests in Postman. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with different types of requests, such as GET and POST and all of the other ones that are in here, all you need to know for this course is that GET requests are used to load information usually from the server, such as, an article content or a user's information. And POST requests, if you select that from the drop-down here, POST requests are usually used to create some sort of new resource on the server. And there is one last type of request that we're going to be using, and that is a PUT request. PUT requests are usually used to update data on the server. Okay, so we're going to be using all of these as we develop our back end and bring it together with our front end. But before we can effectively use POST requests and PUT requests, what we're going to want to do first is actually get a little bit of experience with these requests, because they're a little bit different from just sending a basic GET request, right? A GET request, as we saw, basically just sends a simple request to a specific path, as we saw, and usually it will get back some sort of response. However, POST requests and PUT requests have the ability to carry extra information in something called a request body or request payload. So let's take a quick look at an example of making a POST request to our server and actually including a payload. So what we're going to do is just select POST from the dropdown, and before we add any extra body to this request, let's just try sending a POST request to our server and see what happens if we send it to the same path that we defined our route handler for earlier. Okay, if we click send, what you're going to see is that we get back this HTML basically telling us that there was some kind of error on the server, and specifically it says cannot post hello. So when we create the different endpoints on our server, right, like this one here where we said app.get, these endpoints are only going to respond to the specific type of request that we selected, right? So in other words, if we want this to respond to a POST request, we need to change it to app.post. All right, and this is just something that Express does for us. It's a really nice API to work with just because it makes it so simple to tell whether an endpoint is a POST endpoint or a GET endpoint or a PUT endpoint. So if we restart our server, and you do have to manually restart your server here in order for these changes to take effect, we'll take a look at how to add the ability to automatically restart your server very shortly. But now if we go back over to Postman and click send and send a POST request to that endpoint, we'll see that we get back that same request. And likewise, if we try and send a GET request to that endpoint now, we'll see that we get the error saying cannot get hello. So anyway, the point of all of this is that when you define your different endpoints, you need to be aware of what method, right, get, post, put, or any of these other ones you're using when you define them so that you can know what type of request to send to that endpoint. So now that we've seen how to send post requests and define post request handlers on the server, let's actually try sending some extra information in the form of a request body. And the way that you do this in Postman is by selecting this body tab here, and then you're going to select raw, and from the drop down here, you're going to select JSON. So we're going to be sending a request that contains JSON data to our server. And what we're going to do in here is just provide some very simple data. We're going to say name, and I'm just going to use my name here, although you should definitely feel free to use your own name. And let's click send now. And what we should see is that we just get back the regular response, right? So our server isn't doing anything with this request body yet. So let's head back over to our server. And when you define a post endpoint like this one here, usually what you'll want to do is get access to that information in the request body, right? So the way that you do that is by saying request.body, right? We're using this request argument here, and we're just taking a look at its body property. And if we log this out right now, what you're going to see, all right, if we restart our server here, and we'll go back to Postman and click send. If we go back now to our terminal, what we're going to see is something kind of strange, right? It says undefined. Now, this is something that really tends to confuse people who are new to Node.js. In order for the body property to work correctly in an Express application, we have to add a little piece of what's called middleware to our app. Basically, middleware is just extra functionality that our server will automatically execute. And what it's going to look like is this. We're going to say app.use, and this does have to be above where we define our endpoints. We're going to say app.use and then express.json. So basically what this line is telling Express to do is when it receives a request that has a JSON body, right, a JSON payload, it's going to parse that and automatically make that available to us on request.body. So now if we restart our server again and go back to Postman, click send, and then go back and take a look at our terminal here, we should see that now we have that object that we included in Postman. Okay, so one last thing. Let's just make this hello endpoint say hello to the person, to the name that is specified in the request body. For that, all we need to do is say hello, and then we'll change these to backticks here so that we can insert the value of that variable. So we'll say request.body.name. And if we restart our server once more here, we should be able to go back to Postman and click send and see that it says hello. And, well, mine says Sean, but yours should hopefully say your name. All right, so that's how to handle post requests and take a look at the body. Obviously, this is a very simple example, but as we move on, we're going to see some very useful situations where things like post requests and request bodies will come in handy. Okay, so at this point, we've seen how to use post requests to carry extra information in the form of a JSON object with the requests that we send to our server, right? So we were able to send our name to the server and correctly parse that and include that in the response that our server sends back. Now, this is generally considered to be the best way to add information to our requests, especially complex information, but there are several other ways to do this. Okay, before we move on to implementing things like upvoting or comments for our blog site, what we're going to do is take a backward look at a concept that we learned when we were implementing the article pages in our front end. Okay, so you might remember that for the article pages on our front end, and I'm just going to type this here, in order to take a look at a specific article, we had to go to localhost 8000, or 3000 it was, slash, and then it would be slash articles slash learn node, for example, okay? Now, remember that this second part of the URL was what was called a URL parameter, and the way that we used it was our page, right, the article page component, was able to look at this thing and use it to load the corresponding article data. Now, it just so happens that on the server, we'll generally want to be able to do the same kind of thing, right? In other words, when we create an endpoint that will allow users to upvote a given article, well, what we're going to want to do is allow the front end to send a post request, or a put request in this case would be a little more accurate, to something like slash articles slash, and then if they want to upvote the learn React article, they would say slash learn React, and then maybe you would have an extra segment here that would say upvote that would actually, specify that we want to upvote that article. Okay, so in order to be able to do this, we need to know how to work with URL parameters in Express. And the good news here is that it's fairly straightforward. All we have to do is, when we're creating an endpoint, right? So let's just say that we want to create a get endpoint that will say slash hello and say hello to the person's name using URL parameters instead of a request body. All we have to do in order to specify that we want a URL parameter in this route is say colon, and then, whatever we want to call the URL parameter. So if we want to call this name, it would look like that. If we want to call it person name or who to greet, right? You can call it whatever you want, and that's just going to determine what the property is called on the request object, as you'll see. But for now, let's use name, And what we're going to do is add a callback for this. It's going to look just the same as the one that we defined for our post endpoint. And then inside here, what we're going to do is get the name by saying const name equals request.params. All right, so request.params is going to give you an object containing all of the URL parameters inside of here and their values. And then we're going to say .name. Now, if you want to make this even shorter, you can use object destructuring and just say const and then put name in curly braces there equals request.params, and that's generally what you'll see done just because it's a little bit shorter. Okay, so now that we have the name, let's just send back a response, and we'll say response.send, and again, we'll use backticks and say hello, and then we'll just insert the name there, okay? And here, we'll put 2 exclamation points here instead of 1, just so we know that it is in fact this endpoint that's responding when we send a request to it from Postman, okay? So now that we've created that endpoint, all we need to do is restart our server by saying node source/server.js and hitting enter. We should see that our server is listening, so let's head back to Postman. There it is. And we're going to send a GET request now to this new URL parameter route that we just created. So we'll say /hello/Sean, and then just to prove that the request body isn't involved at all, let's just remove that. I'm just going to delete everything here. And if we click send now, we'll see that it says hello Sean with 2 exclamation points. So anyway, that's the basics of using URL parameters in Express, and what we're going to be doing, as I've hinted, is using this sort of functionality to allow users to upvote different articles and add comments to different articles. So one last thing that I want to show you, though, is that it is indeed possible to have multiple URL parameters. And, you know, if we were to say hello/name and then goodbye/other name, just as an example, what you're going to see if we log out the request.params object by saying console.log request.params, all right, and then we'll have to restart our server again, of course. I'll show you how to get around this shortly. All right, so if we go back to Postman now and change this URL up here, we'll say /hello Sean, and then we'll say /goodbye John, okay? If we click send now, what we'll see is that sure enough, we get that response back. But more importantly, if we go back and take a look at the terminal here, we'll see that sure enough, the request.params object contains all of the keys, right, which are the names that we gave to the URL parameters and the corresponding values that were at that segment in the URL. So that's how URL parameters work in Express. Let's just change this back to hello name, and we'll get rid of this, and that will give us our original functionality back. All right, now that we've seen some basic examples of how an Express server works, let's make our server actually do something more relevant to our blog. What we're going to want is for our users to be able to upvote our articles to help other users see which of our articles is the most popular or most helpful, right? So in order to do this, we're going to need to add some more code to our backend. And first of all, what we're going to do is just remove these hello endpoints. You can feel free to comment them out if you want, but I'm just going to remove them to keep everything clean. And what we're going to do here is create an upvote endpoint that will look something like this. We're going to say app.put, and the actual path that we're going to use here is going to be /API. All right, and yes, this is something new here. I'll talk about that in more detail later on. So for now, don't worry about it. And then after that, we're just going to have what you would expect and say /articles/:name. All right, so that's going to be the name of the article that we want to upvote. And then we're going to say /upvote. Cool, so now that we have that, let's just define the callback for this route handler. We're going to say request and response. And inside here is where we're going to put the logic for actually upvoting different articles. Now, before this will actually work, what we're going to need to do is define a sort of fake database in our server that will keep track of how many upvotes each article has, right? Later on, we're going to be replacing this, of course, with an actual database like MongoDB. But for now, this will help us to at least get the logic right in each of our route handlers. So up here at the top, what we're going to do is define a new object, which we'll call articles info. And what this is going to look like, it's going to be an array of objects, each of which is going to represent a different article and keep track of how many upvotes that article has, all right? So inside each of these objects, we're going to have the name of the article, right? So learn Node, for example, or learn React, I believe was the first one. And then after that, we're just going to keep track of how many upvotes that article has. So we're going to start each of our articles off at 0 upvotes. So now let's just do the same thing for our other articles. We're going to create one for the learn Node article. That one will start off with upvotes equal to 0. And last but not least, we're going to create one for the Mongo article. So we'll just say MongoDB for the name. And the upvotes for that one is going to be 0 as well. Okay, so again, this is just going to serve as a temporary in-memory database that will make development much easier. And then later on, we're going to come back and actually replace this with MongoDB. So let's head down now to this endpoint that we created. And the first thing that we're going to need to do is, based on the value of the URL parameter, we're going to need to figure out what article we need to upvote. And once we figured that out, we're going to need to actually increment the number of upvotes on that article's object in our database. So first things first, let's find out what article we actually want to upvote. And the way that we're going to do that is by using the request argument here. So in order to get the value of this name URL parameter in the URL, what we're going to do is just say const name equals request.params. All right, that will give us the current value that's at that name segment here in the request that we just received. Cool, so once we have the name, the next thing that we have to do is actually find the corresponding article with that name. And what this is going to look like is we're just going to use JavaScript's built-in find function, and we'll say const article equals articlesinfo.find. And we want to find the article in here, which we can just call A, whose name property is equal to this name property URL parameter that we just parsed up here. Okay, so we're moving right along. We now have the article that we wanted to upvote in the first place. So the next thing that we need to do is say article.upvotes plus equals 1. So we're incrementing the upvote property on that article that we found. And yes, it probably would be a good idea to make sure that that article exists as well. So what we'll do is just say if article, then article.upvotes plus equals 1. And for now, let's just send back a response to the client saying something like, the article now has 4 upvotes or something like that. So in order to do that, we'll just say response.send. And in backticks here, we'll say and then we'll say name article now has, and then we'll send back the new number of upvotes by saying article.upvotes upvotes. Okay, so it'll just tell us how many upvotes that article now has. Now, in the case that the article doesn't exist, what we're probably going to want to do is let the client side know that that article doesn't exist. And the way that we're going to do that for now is just by saying response.send, and we'll say that article doesn't, and we're going to need to use an escape character here, so just put backslash and then the single quote character, and then we'll say doesn't exist. And that's it. Okay, so that's pretty much all we need to do for this upvote endpoint for the time being. So let's actually test this thing out by restarting our server. Okay, we're going to stop it and run node source/server.js again to make all of those changes take effect. And if we go back now to Postman, what we're going to want to do is send a put request to localhost 8000/API. Remember that we have this /API in there. And then /articles. And we'll try upvoting our learn React article. And then we'll say /upvote. Okay, so if we click send now, this should work. And what we should see down here is a message saying the learn React article now has 1 upvote. Okay, so let's click send. And sure enough, we'll see that that's the case. If we click send again, we'll basically see that that just keeps upvoting the article. So anyway, that's how to create a basic upvote endpoint using Express and Node. Okay, so now that we've created our first real endpoint for our application, it's time to take a look at how to fix the problem of having to manually restart our server every time we make changes that we want to test. So As a matter of fact, there's an NPM package that does this for us, and it's called nodemon. Now, the actual pronunciation of the name here is up for discussion. In fact, nodemon's website even has this question of how to pronounce nodemon correctly in its FAQs, and it basically just says that all of the pronunciations are correct. So anyway, I pronounce it as nodemon, and the way that we're going to use this is, first of all, we need to install it into our project by saying npm install nodemon, and this is actually only a package that we want to use in development, right? You won't want to use nodemon to run your app in production. You'll just want to use the basic node command or some other package. So what that means then is we're going to want to add the save dev flag to this command, which will install this as a dev dependency, which basically means that it will be put in a separate part of our package.json along with the dev dependencies instead of the actual production dependencies. So let's hit enter, and that will install that package for us. And once it's installed, we can actually run our server by saying npx nodemon, and then the path to the file that we want to run. So we'll say source/server.js and hit enter. And what this is going to do, as you'll see, is it's going to continuously run our server, and every time we make an update to this file, it will automatically refresh and restart our server. So we see that it says server is listening on port 8000. So let's change something now in our server. I'm just going to collapse this here. Let's change something about the text in this. So we'll say the article now has blank upvotes. Let's just add some exclamation points to that, I suppose. And what you're going to see if you open up the terminal again is that nodemon has detected those changes, right? It said restarting due to changes and starting node source server.js. And it now says server is listening on port 8000 again. Okay, so now that we've made this change, let's just make sure that the change is in effect by sending another request to this upvote endpoint. We're just going to go back to Postman and click send. And sure enough, we'll see that it says the Learn React article now has 1 upvotes. Not grammatically correct, but you get the idea. And sure enough, we have those exclamation points at the end. Now, another thing that you may have noticed here is that the number of upvotes here actually reset when our server restarted. Now, as it happens, this is the reason that we want to use an actual database like MongoDB instead of just storing things in memory as we're doing right now. So that's what we're going to be taking a look at later, is how to use MongoDB to store this data and make it a little bit more permanent. So for now, just know that whenever your server restarts, which it's now doing automatically, you're going to lose any data that you accumulated from sending requests, etc. So the last thing that I want to show you here before we move on is how to make it easier to run this command in the first place, because npx nodemon source/server.js, it doesn't really roll off the tongue very well, does it? So what we're going to do is we're going to go into our package.json file and create a special script that will take care of running this command for us, okay? Now, the way that you do this, it's pretty straightforward. In the package.json file, you just need to find the scripts section, which is right here. And inside that section, we're going to add another script called dev. And for that script, we're just going to write the command that we want this to be a shortcut for. And that's going to be npx nodemon source/server.js. Okay? And don't forget the comma there, because again, that will cause an error if you forget that. And what we're going to do now is, now that we've defined that script, we can just run our application continuously using nodemon by saying npm run dev, which is much easier to say and also much easier to type and remember. And that's going to have exactly the same effect as just running the original command, right? It's really just a shortcut in the background that we can use to make it easier. Okay, now one last thing here. We actually don't need the npx when it's in a package.json script, so this script can literally just say nodemon source/server.js. And let's just try it one more time to make sure that works. If we run npm run dev, sure enough, we'll see that it says server is listening on port 8080 again, along with all of this stuff up here that nodemon has printed out. All right, so now that we've got our server working fairly well and we've implemented upvote functionality and made it restart automatically, The next thing that we're going to do is add the ability for users to add comments to articles to our server. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to want to do here before we create a new endpoint for adding comments to articles is we're going to go up here to our articles info in-memory fake database thing, and we're going to add another property to each of these that will store the comments for each article. So what we're going to do is we're just going to add a comments property to each of these, and the starting value for this is going to be an empty array. Now, what we're going to do is inside the endpoint that we create for adding comments, we're basically just going to take any information that we get from the user, such as the comment text, and create a new object that we'll insert into this comments array. So let's just add this to the rest of our articles. We're going to say comments empty array, and comments empty array, and that's all we need to do there. So now that we've changed that, let's head down here, and underneath our upvote endpoint, what we're going to do is create another endpoint for adding comments to articles. And this one is actually going to be a post request, because basically what we're going to be doing here is creating a new comment. All right, and the distinction between when to use put and when to use post can be a little fuzzy sometimes, so this isn't really a right or wrong thing to do. Just for me, it feels more correct to use a post request handler for this one. So let's say app.post, and the path for this one, we're also going to have it start with /API, just like our upvote endpoint up here. And after that, we're going to say articles/name. So we're using the URL parameter again there to decide which article we want to add the comment to. And then we're just going to add comments after that. So we're posting a new comment to the comments array, basically, for this article that we've specified in the URL parameter. So now that we've done that, let's just define our callback function for this route. And before we'll actually know exactly what to do inside of here, we have to decide what format the comments are going to be specified in when they're sent to the server as a request, right? So let's head back to Postman, and we're going to change this to a post request, and we might as well just change the URL up here while we're at it. We'll just say API articles learn React /comments. And what we're going to want to do here is allow the client side, right, the front end, to specify both the text of the new comment that they're adding and the name of the person who actually is adding the comment. All right, so what that means for our post request is it's going to have a request body that has two properties. The first one will be something like posted by, and let's just say Sean for now. You can use your name here again if you want. And then after that, we're going to say text, and this will be the actual text of the article, and we'll just say awesome article. Cool, so that's what the incoming request body is going to look like. So what this means is back in our server.js file, in this endpoint that we're defining, we're going to want to get both of those properties from the request body. So what we can do is simply say const posted by and text equals request.body, and that should successfully get the posted by and text properties from the request body. So now that we have those, what we're going to want to do is insert those into the comments array for the corresponding article. So we're also going to need to get the value of this name URL parameter up here. And what that looks like is we're just going to say const name equals request.params. And that's it. So we have everything that we need now. So let's just find the corresponding article using this name URL parameter. That's going to look the same as what we had up here. So let's just say const article equals articles info.find. And we want to find the article here whose name property is equal to the name URL parameter. And once we have that, we're going to add a new comment with the posted by and text properties to that article's comments array. And to do that, we just need to say article.comments.push. And we'll just create a new object here with the same properties, posted by and text. And that's all we need to do. So one more thing, though, just to make this a little bit more robust, let's add an if statement around here to make sure that the article does actually exist. And that's actually going to go under where we find the article here. So if the article exists, we're going to push that new article data onto the comments array. Otherwise, what we're going to do is respond with a very similar response to what we had up here. In fact, so similar that we can just copy and paste it if we want. Just telling the client side that that article that they're trying to add a comment to doesn't exist. And lastly, we're going to want to send back some sort of response after adding a new comment to this article. And for now, let's just say response.send, and we'll send back, let's just send back the entire array of comments for that article so that we can see that they're successfully getting added. So what we'll do is just say article.comments, and we'll send that back to the client side so that we can have a look at it in Postman. Cool, so that's pretty much all we need to do for this add comment endpoint. So what we're gonna do, we don't need to manually restart our server because nodemon has been doing that in the background as we've been making changes and saving those changes. So we can simply go directly to Postman and try this request that we set up. Let's try clicking send. And what we should see now is we have an array with that new data included in it. And if we try sending another request with different data, so we'll just say, instead of awesome article, we'll say I agree and click send. What we'll see is that both of those comments are now part of the comments array for that article. So for now, we've completed this endpoint for adding comments to our articles. But one last thing that I want to point out again is the fact that whenever our server restarts, right? So let's just change a little thing that will make our server restart. Let's add an exclamation point to that, for example. We'll see that our server will restart here from nodemon. What we're going to see is if we go back to here and click send, all of the data has been reset, right? We're basically back to square one, and we're looking at whatever data we originally specified in our fake in-memory database. And this is, again, something that's to be expected when you use in-memory databases, and that's why the next thing that we're going to see how to do is incorporate MongoDB into our application, which will allow us to persist our data in a much more permanent way. All right, so now that we've built out a very basic server using Node.js and Express for our full stack application, the next thing that we're going to do is see how to persist our data in a database. Now, since both our client and server side are written in JavaScript, it makes sense to persist our data in a database that plays very nicely with JavaScript and has a similar format to the kind of data that we want to store. And for that, we don't need to look any further than MongoDB. Now, MongoDB is what's called a non-relational database. And basically what this means is that we can just sort of push JavaScript data into it without worrying too much about how that data is formatted. Now, in the case of MongoDB, what we can do is simply hand our database any kind of JSON that we want, and it will just store that for us and allow us to retrieve them later whenever we need them. All right, now this is in pretty stark contrast to some of the traditional relational databases, such as SQL-based databases like MySQL, where the structure of the data and the fields that it contains have to generally be defined in advance and adhered to whenever we add new data. All right, so working with relational databases also generally requires some knowledge of SQL, of course. And so by using this, we would sort of fall short of our ideal of being able to write our full stack application using only JavaScript. So anyway, that's MongoDB, and that's why we're going to be using it here. So let's get started and see how to add this to our app. All right, so now that we know what MongoDB is and what we're going to be using it for, let's get it up and running on your computer. Now, if you're using a Mac like I am in this video, I highly recommend that you install MongoDB using Homebrew, or if you're using some other operating system such as Windows, I'm afraid that I really can't help you too much with that, but I'm going to direct you to MongoDB's installation instructions for MongoDB Community Edition. And in order to find these, all you have to do is search for MongoDB Community Edition installation tutorials, and you should be able to find this page, which contains a pretty extensive listing of all the different operating systems that you might need to install MongoDB on. So like I said, the way that I'm going to be installing this on Mac is using something called Homebrew, which is a really nice package manager for the Mac operating system, right? It is to Mac what, let's say, NPM is to Node.js projects. It just makes it really easy to install different things that you can use. So I've already got Homebrew installed on my computer, but if you don't, you're going to want to go to Homebrew's website, which is brew.sh currently, and install it basically just by copying this script here and running that in your terminal. You're just going to paste that in your terminal and run it and wait until it finishes. And once you've finished that, what you should be able to do is go back to your terminal and type something like brew-version and hit enter. Basically, that will just tell you what version of Homebrew you have. Mine's currently 3.5.2. Yours might be something higher than that, but all of this stuff should be pretty much the same. And once you have Homebrew installed, you're going to want to install MongoDB by running the command brew install, and then you're going to say MongoDB community at 5.0. Now, this at 5.0 thing, basically that's just making sure that we're at the same version. At the point that you're watching this, there might be a later version, but I would still recommend installing this just so everything's going to be the same for you. So let's hit enter, and this should install the MongoDB community server on our computer. And after that, all we have to do is create the default database directory where our MongoDB files are going to live. Now, to do this, all we have to do is create a new folder inside our My Blog backend, and I'm just going to call this folder something like data, and in fact, we can even call it like MongoDB data if we want, something like that. And this is going to be the folder that will have MongoDB store our data in. So now that we've done that, what we should be able to do is start the Mongo daemon, which basically the Mongo daemon is just a process that runs in the background and allows us to interact with our database via a shell, for example. We'll see how to do that in a minute. And we should be able to start the Mongo daemon by saying mongod, and then we're going to say --db path, and we're going to point it at that folder we just created. So we'll say MongoDB data and hit enter, and that should start the Mongo daemon running in the background. Now, I already have it running currently on my computer, so I'm not going to run this command, but you'll probably want to leave that running in your terminal and just open up a new terminal alongside that. Okay, so once MongoDB is running, you should be able to connect to it via the Mongo shell by typing Mongo and hitting enter. And this again will bring up what's called the Mongo shell, which is basically just a little terminal that you can use to type in MongoDB commands. So the first thing that we're going to do here is create a new database called React Blog DB. And the way that we can do that is simply by typing use and then saying the database name, in our case, React Blog DB, and hitting enter. And we're now in our database. So what's next? Well, since we're planning on replacing this fake database JavaScript array thing that we had in our server.js file with MongoDB, what we're going to do is insert this data into our database so that we can persist it better. So what this is going to look like is in our Mongo shell, we're going to say db.articles.insert many. And this is basically just a function that we call with all of the different documents that we want to insert. Now, before we do this, let's just go through a little bit of MongoDB terminology. This articles thing that you see here after DB is what's referred to as a collection. In MongoDB, each database is composed of a few collections, or many collections, depending on how big your database is. And these collections contain any number of JSON objects, and we call these objects documents. So what we're going to insert here is a series of documents, and basically all we need to do for that is copy what we had here for our articles info. So I'm just going to select all of this and copy it, and then we'll go down here and paste it. And I'm just going to hit paste, and then we just need to close off the parentheses and hit enter. And what you should see as output is this object that says acknowledged true, which means that everything went well. And we also have this inserted IDs thing, which is basically all of the randomly generated IDs that MongoDB has assigned to those things that we just inserted. So if you want to see all of the documents in our database now, what you should be able to do is just say db.articles.find with an empty object in between those parentheses there and hit enter. And sure enough, you'll see all of that data printed out. Now, if you want to see this printed out in a nicer way, you can always add .pretty on the end of that, and that will print that out in a nicely formatted way for us. Okay, so those are two of the basic commands that you'll be using in the MongoDB shell. One more thing that I want to point out is if you want to find a single object in MongoDB, right, if you want to filter by something, what you can do is for this find function, you're just going to specify some sort of property that you want to look for and the value that it should contain. So let's say that we want to find the article with the name Learn React. Well, all we need to do for that is add name Learn React to this object. This is called the query object in MongoDB. And if we hit enter, we'll see that that gives us the article that matches that criteria, okay? And if there are several articles that match that criteria, it will just return all of them. So we'll say upvotes 0, for example, if we want to get all of the articles that have 0 upvotes, and we'll see that that returns several articles. Okay, so at this point, our database is set up to work with our backend. So the next thing that we're going to see how to do is actually start incorporating MongoDB into our Express server and making queries to it from our endpoints. One last thing is that in order to exit out of your Mongo shell, all you need to do is press Control-C, and that will bring you back to your terminal. All right, so now that we've got MongoDB up and running on our machine, as well as some basic data we can use for development, let's see how we can incorporate this into our Express server. Now, the first thing that we're going to want to do, of course, is install the MongoDB driver package into our project. And we can do that by just saying npm install MongoDB and hitting enter. All right, so that's the name of the npm package here. And this package is basically just going to allow us to do the same thing inside our Node.js code as we did in the Mongo shell, right? So it will allow us to connect to a database and make queries to that database. So since we're going to be connecting to the database and using that data now, what we can do is actually remove this articles info array. And eventually we're going to need to replace a lot of the logic inside these endpoints that we defined, since instead of just modifying JavaScript objects in memory, we're actually going to be making queries to the Mongo database. So first, though, what we're going to do is create a new endpoint that will allow our client side to actually load the information for a given article, right? So our article page, as you'll see later on, is going to need to know how many upvotes an article has, as well as what comments that article has, so that it can display those. And in order to make that happen, we're going to need to create a new endpoint here just for that purpose. So here's what the endpoint is going to look like. We're going to say app.get, and the path here is going to be /API/articles/name. All right, and this name is a URL parameter here. And then we're going to add our callback function. And inside this callback function, basically all we're going to need to do is get the current value of this name URL parameter and use that to query MongoDB and get the information for that article. Okay, so first things first, let's just get the value of the URL parameter by saying const name equals request.params. And now what we're going to need to do is connect to MongoDB and make a query to it. So in order to do this, first of all, we're going to need to import something from the MongoDB package that we just installed. And that's going to look like this. We're going to say import Mongo client from MongoDB. And this Mongo client thing is what we can use to actually connect to the database. So down here, what we're going to do is say const client equals new Mongo client. And then we need to pass in the URL of our Mongo database. Now yours should be the same as mine here because we're just connecting to our local MongoDB instance that we have running. So that's going to be MongoDB : / and then we're going to say 127.0.0.1, right? So that's localhost, but we do need to use the actual IP address in order for this to work. And then we're going to specify the port, which is going to be 27017. All right, and that's pretty much it. The next thing that we're going to need to do is actually have this client connect. And to do that, we just need to say await client.connect. All right, so this is asynchronous, which is why we need the await keyword here. And that means that we need the async keyword added to this callback function as well. And don't worry too much if you're not familiar with async and await. Just know that they're a nice way to deal with asynchronous code in JavaScript. Okay, so at this point we have a connection created to our Mongo database. So we're going to need to get the specific database that we created earlier. And to do that, we just need to say const db equals client.db. And then we need to specify the name of our database, right? Remember that we said React blog DB, and we set that as the name of our database. So this will give us a reference to our database. This is very similar to what we did in the shell when we said use React blog DB, except this is obviously the Node.js version of doing that instead of in the shell. And now that we have a reference to that database, we can finally make our query to load the article by its name. And that's going to look like this. We're going to say const article equals await db dot collection articles, and then we're going to say dot find one, and the criteria we're going to be searching for here is the name property of that article should be equal to the name URL parameter. All right, so a few things I want to point out about this line here that we just typed out. The first thing is that instead of saying db.articles as we did in the shell, we said db.collection articles. And that's just a little difference between how things work in the shell versus how things are done in Node.js, right? So in Node.js, you have to say db.collection and actually pass the collection name as a string instead of being able to just say db dot and then the collection name. And the second thing I wanted to point out is that we used this find one function, which basically allows us to find a single document inside a MongoDB collection. All right, so we generally use this when we're searching for a document by a unique ID, and we know that at most we're going to get one result back, right? When we know that we're not going to get several results back. For example, if we were searching for all of the articles with 0 upvotes, let's say. Okay, so now that we have the article, let's just test this out by sending it back to the client. And to do that, we just need to say response.send, and we're going to send that article back. Now, so far, we've mainly been sending back strings from our Node server, but when we're sending back JSON data, as we are in this case, what we're going to want to do instead is use the response.json function, which basically just makes sure that the correct headers are set on that response. And that should really be all we need. So let's make sure our server is running. And if you don't have that running, you can do so by running npm run dev and hitting enter. And then let's head over to Postman and send a request. It's going to be a GET request sent to API/articles/ and then we're going to fill in the ID of one of the articles. And if we click send, we should see that sure enough, we get the data for that article back from the server. All right, and you can try this out if you want to do learn node, for example, and click send. You'll see that that will give us back the data for learn node. And if we want to look up our MongoDB article, I believe the name for that is just MongoDB, so we'll click send. And sure enough, we'll see the data for that article comes back as well. So one last thing that we'll want to do here now is, in case this article doesn't exist, just like we did in our other endpoints down here, we're going to want to just send back some kind of alternative response. So what we'll do is say, after we get the article, that is, if article, then and only then will we want to try and send that article back to the client. Otherwise, what we're going to want to do is send back some sort of status code. Now, in this case, the 404 status code would be appropriate since we didn't find the article with that corresponding name. So what we can do to send back just a 404 status code is we can say response.sendStatus 404, okay? And if you wanted to send back an extra message or something like that, you could just say response.status 404 and then say .send with a message like article not found. But generally, sending back a 404 status code alone is going to be enough. And we can actually test this out if we go back to Postman and try and load an article with an ID that doesn't exist. And if we click send now, what we'll see is that sure enough, we get back a 404 status code that tells us not found. All right, so that's all we need to do to create this endpoint that will allow our front end eventually to load info for a specific article. And the next thing that we're going to take a look at is how to rewrite our upvote endpoint to use MongoDB as well. All right, so now that we've created this endpoint for loading article info from MongoDB, the next thing that we're going to need to do is go through and modify our upvoting endpoint and our comments endpoint to use MongoDB instead of that fake in-memory database, which they're currently referencing, that no longer exists, right? So this is actually going to be pretty straightforward. All we're really going to need to do is replace this line where we say articlesinfo.find with an actual query to MongoDB. Now, the setup code here, right, the code for connecting to MongoDB is going to be pretty much the same as what we saw up here in our getArticle endpoint. So just to go through that again, what we're going to need to do is use Mongo client to connect to MongoDB. And that's going to look like this. We'll say const client equals new Mongo client, and then we'll have the URL, which again is going to be mongodb://127.0.0.1, and then it's going to be port 27017, which is the default port for MongoDB in case you didn't get that before. And then of course we need to connect by calling await client.connect, and once we've established that connection, we can make a query. All we're going to need to do here is update this article with the name from the URL parameters by incrementing its upvote count by 1. Now, this is going to look a little bit different from what we did up here when we found an article, because in order to update an article in MongoDB, we need to use another function. So what this is going to look like, we're going to say const db and get a reference to the database that we're working with here. So we'll say equals client.db react blog db. And then underneath that, we're going to make our query by saying await db.collection. And it's, of course, going to be our articles collection here. And then we're going to say .update one. And the way that this function works is the first argument is the same kind of query object that we saw when we used find one, right? We're going to say that we want to update an article whose name property is equal to this name URL parameter. The second argument is where things get a little bit different. The second argument is going to contain the changes that we want to make to the matching article here. So what this is going to look like, it's going to be another object. And what we're going to do here is say $inc. And the value for this is going to be yet another object. I'll explain all of this syntax in just a second here, so don't worry about it too much right now. And what we're going to do is say upvotes 1. All right, so what's going on here? Well, basically what we're telling MongoDB here is that we want to update an article whose name property is equal to the URL parameter. All right, we already knew that. And this second argument, this object, is how MongoDB wants us to specify changes, right? And in this case, what we're doing is we're telling MongoDB that we want to increment the upvotes field by 1. So the order here might seem a little bit strange, but this is just how MongoDB does things, right? This $inc thing is just one of many different MongoDB operators. For example, there's another one. If you just wanted to set a property on a document to a certain value, you would say $set. And, you know, if you wanted to say set upvotes to 100, you could say set upvotes to 100, okay? So the point here is that when working with MongoDB and Node.js, you just need to use these $operator things in order to tell MongoDB exactly what type of change you want to make. So anyway, once we've incremented the number of upvotes by 1 on the matching article, what we're going to want to do is actually load the article to figure out how many upvotes it now has and be able to send that information back to the client. So what this is going to look like is we're just going to say const article equals await db.collection articles, just like what we had before, .find one. And we're going to find the article whose name matches the name URL parameter. And you may notice that this line is exactly the same as what we did up here in our getArticle endpoint. Okay? So now that we've done that, we should be able to send back the article's upvotes to the client side, and everything down here should still work. So let's give this thing a try. First of all, we're going to want to make sure our app is running. And if you open up your terminal, what you're going to see is that we actually have an error. And that's just because we used the await keyword without adding async to the surrounding function. All right, so We used await here. We need to add async to our callback function. And now we should see that our server is successfully running. All right, so if we go back to Postman now, we should be able to send a put request to, here, let's try put API articles, and let's try upvoting the Learn React article. And then we're going to say /upvotes. And if we click send now, it looks like we have an error, and that's just because this should be upvote instead of upvotes. So let's try that again. And sure enough, we'll see that it says the Learn React article now has 2 upvotes. All right, now the reason that this is 2 is just because I tested this out beforehand to make sure it worked, but you may see 1 there, and if we click send again, we'll see that that gives us 3 upvotes. So anyway, we've now converted our upvote endpoint over to use MongoDB. The last thing that we're going to want to do is convert our comments endpoint to use MongoDB as well. All right, so now that we've converted our upvote endpoint over to use MongoDB, the last endpoint that we have to convert is our comments endpoint, so let's head back to our IDE and do that. All right, we're going to scroll down now to our post API articles name comments endpoint. And essentially what we're going to need to do inside of here is the same thing that we did in our upvote endpoint. We're just going to need to change this part where we're saying articlesinfo.find, and we're going to need to change article.comments.push to an actual MongoDB query. And actually, as a matter of fact, I'm realizing now that we forgot to remove this article.upvotes plus equals 1 thing from above in our upvote endpoint. And that's actually why we were seeing 1 extra upvote on our articles. I thought it was just because I tested it beforehand, but apparently not. So anyway, let's head back down to our comments endpoint. And what we're going to do is remove this articles.find thing and article.comments.push. And we're going to replace those with the logic for connecting to MongoDB and adding an extra comment onto an article. So first things first, let's connect to MongoDB, and actually what we can do is just copy and paste the code directly from another endpoint. So we'll just copy and paste this stuff here, and we'll paste it in our comments endpoint. And I'm not a big fan of copying and pasting code generally, so what I'll do once we finish this is actually show you a way that you can do this without having to copy and paste your code. All right, I'll show you a more reusable way of connecting to MongoDB. So now that we've done that, the next thing that we're going to do is make a query to our database that will add a new comment with posted by and text onto this article with the name property from the URL parameters. And that's going to look like this. We're just going to say await db.collection, right? We're working with our articles collection. And then we're going to say .update1, just like we did up in our upvotes endpoint. And we're going to want to update the article whose name matches the name URL parameter. And for the updates object, instead of saying $inc, right, which stands for $increment, like we did in the upvote section, we're going to say $push. And after that, we're going to say comments, and then we'll specify our new comment by saying posted by and text. So what's happening here is we're telling MongoDB that we want to push onto the comments property this new object that we're defining right here. All right, so this is how we tell MongoDB that we want to add a new item to an array in its sort of query object language, all right? So now that we've done that, just like we did up above in our upvotes endpoint, we're going to want to load the updated article, and to do that, we can just say const article equals, and then we're going to say db.collection articles again, .find1, whose name is equal to name. And that's it. Oh, here, we do need to add the await keyword here, and that also means we need to add the async keyword to the callback. I almost forgot that there. And that should be all we need to do for this endpoint. So let's open up our terminal, make sure everything's running correctly, and sure enough, it looks like our server is running on port 8000. So let's go back now to Postman. And what we should be able to do is send a request. It's going to be a post request, that is, to API articles learn react / comments. And we're going to want a new comment in here. So let's change this comment so that it says something like awesome article. And let's try sending this thing. So if we click send, what we should see is this array containing the new comment that we just added. And if we add another comment as well, like this, and click send, we should see that both of those are there. And just to demonstrate, now that we've converted everything over to MongoDB, what I want you to do is go back to your code and actually stop your server. All right, this normally would have wiped out all of the data that we had accumulated in the memory. And we're going to run our app again. And what you'll see is if you send another comment, right, if you submit a new comment to this endpoint, right, let's try doing someone else. We'll say posted by John, and we'll say, are there any other comments? And if we click send, what we're going to see is that sure enough, there are other comments. And in addition to this one that we just submitted, the old comments that we added are there as well. So in other words, our application's data was successfully persisted by MongoDB, which is again, one major advantage of working with databases in the first place. So now that we've converted the comments endpoint over to use MongoDB, the last thing that I want to show you here is how to make this code a little bit more reusable for connecting to MongoDB. All you really need to do, and you can do this in a separate file if you want to try and keep this server.js file small, what we're going to do is say new file. We'll call this file db.js. And what we're going to do here is say let db, and we're not going to assign any value to it yet. And then what we're going to do is create a new function, which we'll call something like connect to db. And this function is going to take a callback. You'll see what that's used for in a minute. And what we're going to do inside this function is just copy and paste all of the database connection code that we've been duplicating in all of our endpoints. So we'll just copy this here all the way down to client.db. And we'll paste that inside the function. And this function is going to need to be async, of course, since we're using await inside of it. And then what we're going to do is instead of defining db as a new thing here, we're just going to say set db equal to client.db, and then we're going to export that so that it can be imported in our server file. You'll see what this looks like in just a second, but we'll say export, and then we'll export both our db and our connect to db function. Cool, so now that we have both of those things defined, and by the way, we need to call cb after all of this is done. We'll just say cb like so. It doesn't need to take any arguments. And then back in our server, what we can do is import those things from our database file. And by the way, we're going to need to move this Mongo client import into db.js as well. We'll just put that up at the top here. And now back in our server, we'll say import, and we're going to import db and connect to db from our db.js file. We're going to need to say db.js, and you do need to include the JS thing here since we added type module to our package.json. All right, just something to be aware of. And now that we have these things, we can just go through and remove all of the connection code. So we can remove these 3 lines here from our get article endpoint. We can remove those same 3 lines from our upvote endpoint. And we can delete those same 3 lines from our comments endpoint by deleting those there. And now, keep in mind that this db is just the thing that we're importing from db.js. So what this means is that we just need to call connect to db in order to make sure that that db is actually connected. And the way that we're going to do that is say connect to db like so. And inside this callback is where we're going to put our app.listen. So in other words, our server won't even start up until we've successfully connected to the database. All right, and we might even want to put in a console.log statement saying successfully, here we go, successfully connected to database, just to make sure everything goes well there. And now let's try running our code. Sure enough, it looks like we have successfully connected to database and server is listening on port 8000. So let's try sending a request to all of our endpoints just to make sure we did everything correctly. If we go back to Postman, let's first of all try loading an article. We're going to send a GET request to API articles learn React and hit send. Sure enough, it looks like everything is there. So let's try upvoting this article by sending a put request to learn React /upvote and click send. Sure enough, we'll see that it now has 3 upvotes. And lastly, let's try adding a comment by sending a post request with a request body here. We'll just say text hello. And we're going to send that to learn React /comments. So if we click send, sure enough, we see that that one works as well. So we've successfully converted our entire Node.js server over to use MongoDB instead of just an in-memory array. So now we've completed our backend, and we can finally come to the point that many of you have been waiting for, which is when we bring our front end and back end together into a full stack application. All right, so at this point we have both the front end and back end of our full stack blog application mostly complete, at least complete enough to actually start bringing the two ends together. Now, to get ourselves started here, what you're going to want to do is open up both the front end and back end in your IDE. I usually like to open these up inside the same window, but you can also open them up in separate windows. So what I'm going to do in order to open them up in the same window is just change directories out to the containing directory and run code dot, and that will open up both the front end and back end folders inside the same IDE window, which will make it pretty easy to work with, as you'll see. All right, so we have the front end and back end now, and our next task is to connect these things, right? Essentially what we want to do is have our front end make the same types of requests that we were making from Postman, but obviously the front end is going to need to make those requests using code. Now, there are several ways to get the front end to do this, but the way that we're going to be doing it is using a library called Axios. Now, Axios is an incredibly popular library for making network requests, and it can be installed into either front-end or back-end projects and used to make any type of request to pretty much any URL. So we're going to be using this library in order to have our front-end make requests to the back-end. So this is sort of our front-end's Postman, if you will. All right, so first things first, let's install the Axios library, and we're going to want to install that into our front-end directory. So let's open up a terminal, and you're going to want to make sure that you're in the front-end directory by saying cd my blog. And once you're there, we're going to install Axios by typing npm install Axios and hitting enter. Okay, so that will install the Axios library for us. So now let's talk about how the Axios library is actually going to be used in our front-end application. Okay, so I'm just going to open up the app.js file here, and I'm just going to use this as an example. I'll just scroll all the way down so that I can use this as a sort of whiteboard, if you will. So the Axios library, it's actually incredibly simple. All you have to do is import it, and once you've imported it, you can make requests to any URL you want by calling Axios dot, and then the type of request you want to make. So if you want to make a GET request, all you need to do is say Axios.get, and then the argument that you're going to pass to this is going to be the URL that you want to make this request to. So in our case, we'll want to make the request to http://localhost 8000, and let's say we want to load the article data for some article, we would say /API/articles/ and then we'd have the article ID such as Learn React, all right? And that function, called in the way that we're calling it right here, will make a request to our server, and in order to get the response that our server sends back, all you need to do is say const response equals await Axios.get, all right? So most of these functions that Axios provides, like get or post, you can also do Axios.post or Axios.put, these are all going to be asynchronous, which means that you'll need to use the await keyword with them, all right? And that will give you the response, the way that you can get the data that the response contains, right? So if we said response.json, for example, on the server side, we could get that by saying const data equals response.data. And that's really all there is to it, all right? Now, there are other things that we might want to do, like add data to the requests that we're sending from Axios, but that's something that we'll take a look at a little later when we get there. So that's the Axios library, and as I said, this is what we're going to be using to tie our front end and back end together. So let's just delete this code here, and the next thing that we're going to want to do is take a look at how to start loading some data into our components. All right, so now that we've installed the Axios library and we know the basic syntax that it uses, let's take a look at how to load data into our article page from the server. So the first thing that we're going to want to do here is open up our article page, and this is where we're going to be writing most of our code for this video. So our basic goal here with loading data is when we visit the article page, right, when one of our article pages is first displayed, we'll want that page to make a request to our server, and we'll want our server obviously to send back the number of upvotes and comments for that article, which our article page will then display. So there's a few steps here. The first thing that we're going to need to do is actually load the data in the first place, and then we'll need to add a few more components and elements down here in our article pages JSX, and create components such as the comment form. So the first thing that we're going to have to do here in order to be able to load data and use it is we're going to have to add state to our component, right? Currently, none of our components really have any kind of memory. They're just returning some JSX depending on the props that we pass into them and the hooks that they happen to be using, such as this useParams hook here. All right, now the entire point of state in this context is to give us a place to store the response that we get back from the server. So the first thing that we're going to have to do is import React's useState hook. Now, if you've never used this hook before, this is just the way that in modern React we add state to our components. All right, and if you've never used this useState hook before, this is just the way that we add state to function components in modern React. So we're going to say import useState from React, and then down here in our article page, what we're going to do is say const article info and set article info, there we go, equals useState, and for the default value here, we're going to say upvotes 0 and comments empty string, or empty array rather. Okay, so what we just did here is we added a state called article info to our article page component, and what we're going to need to do now is make a request to the server and basically just set our article info state using this set article info function to the data that we get back from the server. And that will replace this default value here that we passed to the useState function. All right, so the way that we're going to actually load data is using another React hook, and this other React hook is going to be called useEffect. Now, the entire point of the useEffect hook, in case you're not familiar with it, is to allow us to add logic into our components that will be executed outside of the normal component rendering, right? So in other words, useEffect hooks are where we want to put most of our logic for doing things like loading data from a server. So what we're going to do is right underneath where we define our state, we're going to say useEffect. And for now, let's just simulate what this useEffect thing will look like by calling set article info with some fake data. All right, so we'll say upvotes. And let's just say that we want to set upvotes to 3, and we'll set comments to just an empty array like we had before. All right, now what we just wrote here is a simulation for what we'll be doing when we actually get back data from the server, which we'll see how to do in just a minute. And it's going to enable us to take a look at a few more complicated aspects of using the useEffect hook to load data. So now that we have this article info, what we're going to do is head down here to where we have our main JSX for our article page component. And all we're going to do is underneath the article title, we're going to add a paragraph tag that says, this article has, and then we're going to add the number of upvotes that the article has by saying article info dot upvotes, and then after that we'll say upvotes. And in fact, we'll even put the S inside parentheses so that it will make it a little more grammatically correct. Great, so let's try this thing out. What we're going to do is just run our front end, and we can do that by changing directories into our my blog directory if you're not there already, and running npm run start. And this will, of course, open up our React app in our browser. And if we go to our article page now by clicking on articles up here and clicking on one of our articles from the list, sure enough, it'll say this article has 3 upvotes. Now at this point, this data is not actually from the server, right? We just hard-coded that in our useEffect hook. But this is the basic setup and hooks that we're going to be using to actually start loading data from the server. So that's the next thing we're going to do is add the Axios library to this component and start making requests. Okay, so we've added state and the useEffect hook to our article page, and we've simulated data loading here. But before we move on to implementing the actual data fetching, right, using Axios, There are two more caveats that we need to address. The first one is pretty subtle, but when it shows up, it really shows up. Okay, and if you're wondering what I mean by that and want to see it in action, let's say that for testing purposes, instead of just hard coding the number of upvotes here inside our useEffect hook, we generated a random number of upvotes between, let's say, 1 and 10, all right? So what that would look like, we would say upvotes math.ceiling, and then we would say math.random and multiply that by 10, right? So that's how you generate a number between 1 and 10 using JavaScript's math.random, in case you weren't aware of that. All right, so after making that change, what you're going to see if you go back to your browser is that this upvotes value is updating continuously, and it's just kind of going crazy, right? Now, the reason that this is happening is that the useEffect hook runs not only when the component first mounts, right, when the component is first added to the page, but it also runs whenever the component updates. And since we're updating the component from inside the useEffect hook using a random number, which is constantly going to give a different value, our component is currently getting caught in an infinite loop. Now, there's an easy way to prevent this, and that's by simply adding an empty array as the second argument that we pass to useEffect, and we'll see why this helps in a second. But first of all, let's just save the file and go back and take a look. And sure enough, we'll see that that's stopped the infinite loop, and we can just refresh the page, and we'll see that that upvotes number updates automatically, okay? So let's go back and take a look at this empty array thing. The reason that this empty array thing works is because basically what the useEffect hook does is whenever any of the values that are in this array, which currently is nothing, changes, the useEffect hook will execute the logic in this callback function that we pass as the first argument. All right, so if we were to put this useEffect hook underneath article ID and pass article ID as a member of this array, then basically what this would do is whenever the article ID changes, the useEffect hook would call this callback function that we passed as the first argument, all right? So basically by passing an empty array to useEffect, we're basically telling it that we only want it to call this function that we're passing when the component is first mounted, right? When the component is first added to the DOM. So that's actually what we're going to want most of the time when we're loading data from the server, is for this useEffect hook logic to only be called when the component is first mounted, because otherwise we would just be making requests to the server every single time the component changed. And that's obviously not what we want, so that's why we pass the empty array here. All right, so now that we're sure that our useEffect hook logic is getting called at the right time, all we really have to do is, instead of setting our article info state to fake random data as we've been doing, we just need to load this data from the server and call setArticleInfo with the response that we get from the server instead. So the first thing that we're going to want to do here, of course, is import the Axios package. And to do that, we just need to say import Axios from Axios. And then down here inside useEffect, what we're going to do is use the Axios.get function to make a GET request to the server endpoint that will give us back all of the info about the article. So what that's going to look like, we're going to say const response equals await Axios.get, and we're going to put in the URL of our server, which is going to be http://localhost 8000/API/articles. And then we're going to add the article ID here. Actually, what we're going to do is just convert these single quotes to backticks and insert the article name here. So we'll just say article ID. And that means that we need to actually put the article ID above our useEffect hook, like so that we have access to it inside of here. All right, so that's how we make that request, and that's really all we need to do. So once we get the response back, we're going to say const article info equals response.data, right? Remember that we said that's where the data that was included in the response is going to be. And now we just need to say set article info to article info. And actually, just to be clear here, so that we don't get mixed up with this article info and the article info state, let's call this variable new article info, and then we'll say set article info to new article info. Okay, and that's really all we need to do there. However, there are a few changes that we'll have to make. The first thing is, since we're using the await keyword inside this useEffect callback, you might imagine that we're going to need to add the async keyword to the useEffect function, all right? However, if we try and run our code now, what you're going to see if we go back to our browser and hit refresh is that nothing's showing up. Now, if you open the inspector window by right-clicking and clicking on inspect and then going to the console, what you're going to see is this nasty-looking series of errors that basically mean that you're not allowed to pass an asynchronous function as the first argument to useEffect. All right, so what we have to actually do instead is remove the async keyword from this callback function and actually create an internal asynchronous function inside this function. You'll see what this looks like in just a minute. We'll say const load article info equals, and then this is just going to be an asynchronous function like so, and we'll put all of our logic inside of there, and then we just need to call this load article info function after we define it. All right, and that will basically execute all of the logic inside of here. That's just a little workaround that we have to do whenever we want asynchronous logic inside a useEffect hook. So if we go back now, what we're going to see is that all of the elements in our app are showing up, which is good. However, you're going to see that the upvotes number is 0. Now, assuming that you've tested out your upvote endpoint, 0 is not actually the right number, which means that something is going wrong when we're trying to load that data. And if you open up your inspector window again and go to the console, you'll see what that is. And you may have to refresh to get rid of all the old errors. But sure enough, what we're going to see is that we're getting an error that says connection refused. Now, the reason for this error is quite simply because we don't have the server running in the background. So if you ever see this error, you know why it's happening. It's just because you forgot to run the server. So let's go back here and we're going to open up our server in a new terminal. You'll want to leave the front end running. So we'll open up a new terminal and say my blog backend. And then inside here, we'll run our server with npm run dev. And now let's go back to our browser and try and refresh this again. All right, we'll hit the refresh button and we're going to see that the upvotes is still at 0. So what you're going to see here is that we're running into a new error. And if we go to the console, sure enough, what you'll see is an incredibly common error for beginners in full stack development to see. And that is the error that your request has been blocked by a CORS policy, access control allow origin, blah, blah, blah. Chances are you're going to see this all over the place as you start working with more full stack projects. But basically all that it means is that our front end and back end are running on different origins, right? In this case, on different ports, and therefore they're not allowed to talk to each other. So in order to fix this error, the simplest way to do it is to just go into our front end my blog folder, open up the front end package.json, and we're going to add another value to this, which is going to be proxy. And the value for this is going to be the URL for our server. All right, so we'll say http://localhost 8000 and add an extra slash at the end there. And basically what this is going to do is it's going to make the front end and back end think that they're running on the same origin, which will get rid of those errors that we were seeing. Okay, so let's close this, and we're actually going to have to restart our front end. So let's just open this up and stop it, and we'll run it again. And one more thing that we have to do is now that we have that proxy set up, we no longer have to specify the entire URL when we make requests with Axios, right? We can just start after that localhost 8000 thing. So if we just change this now to /API/articles/article ID and go back to our browser, we should see now, these are all old errors by the way, we should see now that if we refresh the page, we have the article has 3 upvotes displayed, right? Which is the correct number. And if we go take a look at some other articles, we'll see different numbers for those. Chances are these are both going to be 0 because I don't think I ever tested either of these. But the takeaway here is that we're now successfully loading this article info from the server, which is great because we can now use this as a template to make other types of requests, such as when we want to add an upvote to an article or add a comment to an article. All right, so our article page component is now correctly loading the information about the articles that it displays, and it's correctly displaying the number of upvotes that a given article has. So the next step for us here is going to be to build a new component that will display the comments for an article, right? Currently, we're not displaying those comments anywhere on our page. So what we're going to do is open up our IDE, and over here, we're going to go into our components directory and add a new file here, which we'll call comments.list.js. And this is going to be the component that will display all of our comments. So let's start off by just creating a very simple component with a fairly simple JSX structure. And that's going to look like this. We're going to say const comments list equals, and this component is going to take a single prop called comments, which will be the comments that we want it to display. All right, we're going to have our article page past that, as you might have guessed. And then inside here for the JSX, we're just going to say h3 heading comments. And under that, we're just going to map through all of these comments that we received as a prop. So that's going to look like this. We're just going to say comments.map. And for each comment, what we're going to do is display a div, and this div is going to have the class name of comment. That's just for styling purposes to make it match up with our CSS that we copied and pasted. All right, and then the key for this, in order to come up with a unique key, we haven't really added a unique ID to any of our comments, but we can get pretty close by just joining together the comments posted by and text properties. All right, that should end up being fairly unique at least. So that's going to look like this. We're just going to say comment.postedBy plus, and then we'll put a semicolon in between that, I suppose, and then we'll just say plus comment.text, and that will be the sort of unique key for each of our comments that we're displaying. Okay, so inside this div now, what we're going to do is just display who the comment was posted by inside an h4 heading. So we'll say comment.postedBy, like so. And under that, we'll display the text of the comment by saying comment.text. Okay, and you'll see that we're getting this little red underline here, and that's just because we're trying to return more than one top-level element from our component. So in order to get rid of that, we just need to wrap all of this in a React fragment like so. And if we put that all in there, we'll see that that gets rid of the error. Okay, so last thing we need to do is just export this component by saying export default comments list. And that is all we need to do for our comments list for the time being. So let's go into our article page now and try and use our comments list. What we're going to need to do is just import comments list up at the top. So we'll say import comments list from components comments list. And now if we go down to our JSX, what we're going to do is underneath the article's content, we're just going to say comments list comments equals comments. And that should be it. So let's try this thing out. We're going to go back over to our browser. And it looks like comments is not defined. And that's just because this here should be article info.comments, not just comments. So if we go back now to our browser, sure enough, we'll see that in addition to the upvotes up here, we have all of our article's comments being displayed down here at the bottom. All right, so far we've added some very nice fetching functionality to our front end, and as we've seen, every time we visit an article page, our client loads information about the article from the server, such as the upvotes and the comments, and those are displayed on the article page. Now, all of this is great, but the interaction between our front end and our back end right now is very one-sided, right? In other words, our front end is just loading data from our back end, but there's not really any way currently for our front end to make changes to the back end. So what we're going to do here is we're going to add an upvote button next to this upvotes message that will allow our front end to send a request to the server telling it to add an upvote to a specific article. All right, so let's head over to our IDE, and what we're going to do is open up our article page. And inside here, pretty much anywhere that you want above this if statement, what we're going to do is we're going to add a function that will make a request to our server telling the server that we want to upvote a given article. So what this is going to look like, we're just going to say const add upvote. And this is going to be an asynchronous function, since we're going to be making a network request inside of it. And as the body of this function, what we're going to have to do is make a put request to the server endpoint on our back end that takes care of upvoting articles. So if we open up server.js here, remember that we just have to send a put request to /API/articles/name/upvote. All right, so what this is going to look like with Axios is we're going to say const response equals await, and then we're going to use axios.put here to make a put request. And the URL here that we'll specify in backticks will be /API/articles/ and then we're going to put in the ID of the article by saying article ID, and then we're going to say /upvote. Okay? So that'll make the request for us, and what we're going to want to do is have the server respond with a new number of upvotes, right? In other words, we're going to have our server respond with the updated article instead of just with a message like it's doing now. So all we need to do to make that a reality is say response.json here, and instead of having this message that says the article now has so many upvotes, we're going to just send back the article itself, right? And remember that in our server, the way that we're actually querying MongoDB is by basically calling update1 and updating that article, and then we're just going back and finding that article after we updated it. So by sending our article back using response.json, our article page should now have access to the updated article, and what we're going to want to do is just call setArticleInfo with that updated article info, which will contain the updated number of upvotes. All right, so what that's going to look like, we're just going to say const updated article equals response.data, and then we just need to say set article info to updated article. Cool, so that's the function that's going to take care of upvoting our article. The next thing that we need to do is actually add a button to our page that will call this function. So if we scroll down here, what we're going to do is before our paragraph tag, we're going to add a button. And this button is just going to say something like add upvote, or to be even shorter, let's just say upvote. And what this button is going to do is when it's clicked, which we specify by saying onClick equals, it's just going to call the add upvote function that we defined up above, okay? And that's pretty much all we need to do. Oh, one last thing actually that we need to do is add a div around both of these for styling purposes, and this div is going to have the class name of upvotes section. So let's add upvotes section here, and that should be all we need to do. All right, so let's go back to the browser and take a look at our app, and sure enough, we'll see the upvote button here, and if we click on it, sure enough, we'll see that that will successfully update the number of upvotes. And furthermore, if we refresh this page, we'll see that that number of upvotes stays constant, right? So essentially what's going on here is when we click this button, we're sending a request to the server is updating the data in the database, and then sending us that updated data, which we're displaying here. So even though all we're doing is clicking a button, there's a lot of full stack activity going on here. Great, so our website now has a way for us to add upvotes to articles, but it's still lacking a way for us to add comments. So let's figure out a way to add that functionality. A good place to start with this, since it's going to be a fairly complex component here, is going to be to actually create a separate component that will write all of this code in. So what we're going to do is inside our components folder, we're going to right click and say new file, and we'll add a new form to this, which we'll call add comment form.js. Okay, so this is going to be a pretty straightforward component. What we're going to do is say const add comment form. And for now, we'll just say that it takes no props, although we probably will add some of those later on. And then let's just export this as the default export by saying export default, add comment form. Okay, so there are three basic things that we're going to want to add to our add comment form. The first thing is going to be a text input for the user's name, and in order to do that, we'll say return. And first of all, we're going to put all of this inside a div with the ID of add comment form, and this is for styling purposes here. And inside here, we're going to add an h3 heading that says add a comment. Okay, so underneath this, we're going to add the input for the user's name, and that's going to look like this. We'll just say label, and then inside here, we'll say name, and under that, we'll have the input of type text, where the user will actually enter in their name. Okay, and underneath that, we're going to have something similar for the actual comment text, and that's going to look like this. We'll just say label, and inside here we'll have comment, and under that we're going to have a text area that the user will be able to type their comment text into. All right, so this will just give them a little bit more room to work with than if they just typed in a single line input. So for the rows here, let's just set that arbitrarily to 4, and for the columns, we'll set that somewhat arbitrarily to 50, and that'll be the text area that the user will type their comment into. All right, and after these two inputs, the last thing we're going to add is a button, and this button is going to say add comment, and this is the button that the user will click in order to actually submit what they've entered into the form. All right, so now that we have those two inputs, the next thing that we're going to want to do is add state to our component that will keep track of the current values inside both our name input and our comment text input. And in order to do that, what we're going to do is import the useState hook. All right, so that's going to be pretty much just like we did inside our article page when we added state for the article info, except obviously this state is going to keep track of the values inside our inputs. So what this is going to look like, we're going to say const, and we'll have the name input state be name and set name, and we'll say equals useState, and the initial value in that input's going to be an empty string. And then for the text, we'll say const comment text. Oops, this needs to be inside square brackets here. We'll say comment text and set comment text equals useState, and the default value for this is going to be an empty string as well. Okay, so now that we have both of these things, we're going to need to make sure that the values of these state variables is kept in sync with the values in our inputs. And what that's going to look like is we're just going to have to add a value and onChange prop to both of these inputs. So we'll say value, and for our name input, we're going to say equals name, and then we'll say onChange equals event set name to event.target.value. Now, what we just did here is created what's called a two-way binding between our input and the value of this state, right? So we've set the value in the input to the value of our name state by saying value equals name. And with this onChange thing, we've made sure that the name state is kept in sync whenever the value of our input is changed, right? So if the user types something in, that's immediately going to call setName with the new value in the input. All right, this is just a pretty common pattern when working with forms in React, so don't worry if you've never seen this before. Okay, so now we're going to do the same thing with our text area, so let's just adjust the indentation here a little bit. And for the text area, we're going to say value equals comment text. And for onChange, we're going to say event set comment text, and we're going to set that to the new value inside that text area by saying e.target.value. All right, and that should keep our state variables and our input values in sync with each other. So the next thing that we're going to want to do is actually add a function that will allow the user to submit the comment that they've entered. So what this is going to look like is inside our add comment form, we're going to create a new function, and we'll call this function something like add comment. And this is going to be an async function since it will be making requests using the Axios library. And what we're going to do in here is just say const response equals axios.post. All right, so we're going to be making a post request to our add comment endpoint that we created on our server. But first, let's actually import the Axios library by saying import Axios from Axios like so. And now we can make that post request. So we're going to say axios.post, and the URL, which we'll express in backticks, is going to be /API/articles. And then we're going to need to get the article ID somehow, or the article name rather. So we'll just put that there for now, and I'll show you how to get that in just a second. And then after that, we're going to say comments. Okay, so that's how we make that post request. We are going to need to include some extra data with that in just a minute, but don't worry about that yet, because what we're going to need to do first is get the article name. Now, an easy way to do this is just to have the article page, which is going to be the parent component for this add comment form, pass the currently selected article name down as a prop. So all we need to do here is add a prop to our add comment form, which we'll call article name. And then we can actually use that article name here like we've been doing. All right, so now that we have that figured out, the last thing that we're going to have to do to make our request is add the request body. And remember that the request body for creating a new comment is going to need to include a posted by property, which will be the name of the person that posted it. So we're going to want to get that value from the name state in our add component form. And that's going to look like this. We'll just say posted by name. And we're going to have the text for the comment, which is going to be the value of our comment text state here. And we'll just say comment text like that. Okay, so that will include that data along with this request. And what we're going to want to do is just like in our upvote endpoint where we had it send back the updated article instead of just a message, with our comments endpoint, what we're going to want to do is just have it send back the updated article as well, right? So we'll just say response.json and send back the updated article, okay? So that's all we really need to do there. Let's go back now to our add comment form. And what we're going to do here is say const updated article equals response.data. And by the way, we do need to add the await keyword to axios.post as well. I almost forgot that there. And then when we get back this updated article, what we're going to need to do is actually update the article in the article page. Now this does get a little bit tricky because the state for the article is in the article page. So what we're actually going to have to do is add another prop to our add comment form, and we'll call this on article updated. And all we're going to do here is have our article page pass that prop down, and you'll see how that works in just a second, but we are going to have to call on article updated here with that updated article that we got back from the server. And the last thing that we're going to have to do inside this function is reset the name and comment text back to an empty string by saying set name, empty string, and set comment text to an empty string as well. All right, so now that we have this add comment function, we just need to have this button down here, call it, and we can do that by just saying onClick equals add comment. And then back in our article page, in order to make sure that our article is getting updated when we get back that response, we're just going to import the add comment form first of all. So underneath our comments list here, we'll say import add comment form from components add comment form. And then down here, above our comments, we're going to add the add comment form. And for the props here, we're going to pass the article name, which is going to be equal to the article ID that we got from the URL parameters. And under that, we're going to have the on article updated. And all we're going to do here is pass a simple anonymous function that will take that updated article and call set article info to that updated article. All right, so that's all we need to do to make sure that the article info in our article page is kept in sync when our add comment form gets that response back. All right, and that should be all we really need to do. So let's give this thing a try by going back to our browser. And sure enough, we see this nice add comment form above our comments. So let's try adding a comment here. We'll say name. And actually, let's go to one of our other articles that doesn't have any comments so that we can see this a little more clearly. So we'll say name, Sean, and we'll say comment, another great article. And then we're going to hit this add comment button. And what we should see is that the new comment will show up in this comments section down here. So if we click add comment, sure enough, we'll see that that comment is now displayed in this section and the name and comment inputs are cleared. So that just about completes our full stack integration for our front end and back end. At this point, we've added functionality for our front end, upvoting articles, loading articles, and adding comments to articles. And of course, all of that functionality is reflected in our endpoints on the back end as well. So feel free to give yourself a pat on the back at this point. The next thing that we're going to be taking a look at is something a little bit trickier, and that is seeing how to add basic user authentication to this application so that we can make sure that users can't come in here and do things like add a bunch of upvotes or add a bunch of comments with a different name, things like that. So that's what we have coming up next. All right, so now that we've added MongoDB to our full stack application and we have pretty much our full front end and back end completed, the next thing that we're going to do is see how to add basic user authentication to our app. Now, adding user authentication from scratch is something that can be kind of difficult, and I actually have a course on that as well if you want to check that out. So what we're going to be doing here is using a tool base called Firebase Auth, or Firebase Authentication, to make the job of adding auth to our app much easier. Now, Firebase Authentication, basically what it does is it takes care of storing all of our users' information and passwords in a very secure manner for us, right? We can't even see our users' passwords, so basically this allows us to sort of piggyback off of Google's security practices, which I can almost guarantee are going to be much more strict than yours. Okay, so what we're going to be seeing how to do is create a Firebase Auth project and add a few users to it, and we're also going to see how to enable different sign-in methods such as email and password sign-in, and then of course we're going to see how to integrate all of this into our React app and also into our Node.js backend. So that's Firebase Auth. Let's jump right in and get started. All right, so now that we've learned a little bit about what Firebase Auth is and why it can be helpful for us, the first thing that we're going to do here is we're going to set up a Firebase project so that we'll be able to link this project to our front and back ends, as you'll see how to do later on. So what you're going to want to do is go to console.firebase.google.com, and if you don't already have a Google account, you're going to need to create one, first of all. And once you've done that, you might need to do some additional pieces of setup. Google will basically walk you through all of that just by going to this URL here. But anyway, after you've done all that setup, what you should be able to do is see this screen here. And what we're going to want to do is add a new project. So we'll just click on this button here that says Add Project. And your screen here might look a little bit different than mine just because I have a lot of projects already on Firebase, and you probably won't at this point. So let's just click on this Add Project button. And what this is going to do is ask us for a few different pieces of information about our project. So the first one it's going to ask us is for a project name. And you can really call this whatever you want, as long as it doesn't conflict with another project that you have. But in our case, let's just call it My React Blog. And then down here, what you're going to see is that Firebase automatically generates a random ID that incorporates this name into it, all right? And you can actually edit that as well, but this does have to be unique across all of the projects on Firebase. So anyway, once we've typed that in, we're going to click the Continue button, and this is going to ask us if we want Google Analytics enabled for our project. Now, Google Analytics is a very useful tool, but for now, just to keep things simple, and because we're not going to be talking about it at all, we're going to turn that off. And then we'll click on Create Project, and we're going to see this little loading spinner while Firebase creates our project for us. And this should only take a few seconds here. Once it's done, we're going to see this little Continue button, and we'll just click on that, and that will take us to the console for our project. Now, there's obviously a lot of stuff in this console here, but don't worry too much about it because the only thing that we're really going to be using is this authentication thing over here. So what we're going to do is just click on Authentication, and that's going to bring us to the Authentication console where we're going to click this Get Started button, which should enable Firebase Authentication for our project. Now, in Firebase Auth provides a lot of different ways for us to allow users to authenticate in our applications, such as with their Google account, with their Game Center account, Microsoft account, etc. There's lots of options here. But for now, just to keep things simple, what we're going to do is use email password authentication. So what you're going to want to do is click on this under Native Providers, and that'll bring up this little window here that has different types of email password authentication that are available to us. And we're only going to enable this first one up here, which is just basic email password authentication. So let's click on Enable here and click Save. And now we've turned on email password authentication for our project. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to want to do is go into this Users tab inside Firebase Auth, and we're going to create a test user that we can use to actually log into our application once we add this to our front-end React app. So what you're going to want to do is click Add User, And that's going to come up with a little modal window here that asks us for our email and password. And these don't have to actually be a real email and password. So I'm just going to enter in sean@gmail.com. And the password here, I'm just going to do ABC123. And we'll click Add User. And that will create a new user for us. Now remember what that password is because you're going to need it to log in later when we actually add Firebase Auth to our React app. But for now, that should be all the basic setup that we have to do in order to get our Firebase project created and get Firebase Auth up and running. All right, so now that we have a Firebase project created, the next thing that we're going to want to do is actually connect this project to our React application. And once we've done that, we'll be able to actually use Firebase to log in users and create new user accounts. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the main console for our project that we created. And you can do that just by clicking on Project Overview here. And then in the middle of this console, what you're going to see is this message that says get started by adding Firebase to your app. And down here underneath that, it's got a few different options. Now, the option that we want to select here is web because obviously the app that we're going to add this to is a web application. Now, if we were creating an iOS app or an Android app or even a game using Unity or an app using Flutter, we would select one of these other options. But since we're working with React, we're going to select web. Now, if you click on this button, the next thing that it's going to ask you for is an app nickname. Now, this is really just an indicator to remind you what app this represents. So you can literally call this anything. I'm just going to call it React Frontend. All right. And once we've done that, we're going to leave this checkbox for Firebase hosting unchecked. We're going to be using a different Google product to host our app. And let's click on Register App. Okay, so once we've done that, the next thing that it's going to do is it's going to spit out all of this code that we can copy and paste into our React app in order to have our app automatically connect to the Firebase project that we created. So what we're going to want to do is follow the two steps that it has. The first one here is installing the Firebase package into our React app, which we'll do. And the second step here is copying and pasting some configuration code into our React app. So first things first, let's install Firebase into our React app. What you're going to want to do is open up your full stack project and open up a terminal as well and go into the front end of that project by saying cd my blog. And once we've done that, we're going to install the Firebase NPM package by saying npm install Firebase. Okay? And once we hit enter, that will install the Firebase package for us. So the next thing that we're going to want to do is copy and paste this code that Firebase gave us into our project. Now, you might be wondering where this code goes. And the answer to that is that it goes into the entry point of our React application. So if you open up my blog and go into source, the entry point for a React app, right, the file that contains the most important code in our React app that starts off the entire rendering process is inside index.js. So let's open up that file. And what we're going to do is above where we actually say const root equals blah, 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 and then say root.render, we're going to paste all of that code that we just copied from Firebase. And you can remove the comments if you want, although they do contain valuable information in case you're wondering exactly what it is that we're doing here. But just to be clean, I'm going to remove all of those comments. And that's basically all we need to do to connect our React app to Firebase. So let's talk a little bit about what's going on here exactly. What we're doing is we're importing this initialize app function from the Firebase package that we just installed. And all that does is it takes this big Firebase config object that basically just contains several different IDs and public keys that our React application can use to connect to the project that we just created, right? So there's just lots of different things in here. Don't worry too much about what each of these does exactly. But another thing that I wanted to point out too is these are all public keys. So it's perfectly fine to commit these to GitHub, whereas if these were private keys, as we'll see later on with our backend, you would not want to have these in a publicly accessible Git repo. All right, so now that we've done that, and we've initialized our app with that configuration object, our React app should be all set to connect to our Firebase project. And One way that we can verify this, of course, is just by trying to run our front end and making sure that it works. So let's say npm run start, and if we hit enter, we're probably going to see an error saying that the front end can't proxy to localhost 8000, but that's just because we don't have the back end running. What we're looking for are some more conspicuous errors about Firebase specifically, and since we don't see any of those, it means that our app is correctly connecting to Firebase. So before we move on, what I want to do is just sort of set the stage for a few more things that we're going to be doing as we start integrating Firebase into our app a little more. And this is going to involve creating 2 more pages, right? So we're going to create a login page, which will allow users to log in who already have an account. And for users that don't have an account, we're going to create a create account page. So what you're going to want to do is open up your file tree here. And inside the pages directory, we're just going to create 2 more files. The first one is going to be called loginpage.js. And the second page is going to be called createaccountpage.js. And we're not going to put anything in these yet. We're going to implement these a little later on. But in addition to these 2 pages, we're also going to want to create a custom hook that will make it much easier for us to find out what user is currently logged in, which is something that we're going to need to know in several of our application's components and pages. So what we're going to do here is create a new folder called hooks. And this is going to contain all of the custom hooks in our application. It's really only going to be one custom hook for now. And inside here, we're going to create a hook called useUser.js. Now, the idea of this custom hook is that inside a component, we'll be able to say something like const user equals useUser and just have immediate access to that user object and see if the user's logged in, see what the user's ID is, see what their email is, etc. So that's going to be the idea here, and this is something that we'll get to implementing later on as well. All right, so now that we have that custom hook created and we also have our login page and create account pages created, the next thing that we're going to do is just create a basic skeleton for these pages, all right? It's just going to be very similar to what we did with our application's pages, such as the home page, where we just say, welcome to the create account page, basically. And this will just make things easier later on and allow us to set up the routes for both of these pages. So inside our create account page file, what we're going to do is say const create account page, and this is just going to be a simple function component. And what it's going to do is just return an h1 heading that says create account. All right, and we're going to be adding the rest of this page underneath this a little later on, so don't worry too much about it right now. And then we'll say export default create account page. And once we've done that, we're just going to copy all of this code and go into our login page component. And we'll just paste it there and change this so that it's the login page. And for the h1 heading, we'll say log in instead. And then we'll say export default login page. Great. So we have our create account page and login page components created. So the next thing that we're going to do is go into our app component. All right, so open up app.js, and we're going to create new routes for both of those pages. So let's say import login page from pages/login page, and then we'll import the create account page as well. We'll say create account page from pages/create account page. And then what we can do is underneath all of our other routes, we'll say route path equals /login, and the element for this is just going to be the login page, like so. And then we'll have our create account page. For this one, we're going to say route path equals /create account, and the element for this one is going to be the create account page. All right, so let's just put that in there and close the tag, and that should be all we need. So let's test this out. Our React app should be running. So what we can do now is open this up in a browser, and we should be able to just put in localhost 3000/login and see the login page. And then we should be able to put in localhost 3000/create account and see the create account page. And obviously both of these are just a simple heading for now, but very soon we're going to be adding much more functionality to these and allowing users to actually log in and create accounts with them. And that's what we have coming up next. Okay, now that we set up some of the basic groundwork for our login page, create account page, and custom hooks, the next thing that we're going to do is actually start implementing the login page. So let's open up the login page component, and that's going to be in pages loginpage.js. And implementing this page is going to be pretty straightforward. All we're going to have to do is add two basic inputs, and obviously we'll need state variables to track those. And we're also going to have a button that we'll call the appropriate Firebase Auth method. And that's something that we'll see very shortly, so don't worry if you don't know what that method is. Cool, so first things first, what we're going to need to do is add some state variables to our login page so that we can keep track of the values in our inputs, very similar to what we did earlier with the add comment form. So what we're going to do is say import useState from React. All right. And that's pretty much all we need to create the basic form. So inside our login page component now, what we're going to do is create an email state and a password state, and those are going to keep track of the respective values in each input. So let's say const email and set email equals use state, and the initial value for this is going to be an empty string. And we're going to do something very similar for the password input. We're going to say const password and set password equals use state, and the initial value for this one is going to be an empty string as well. Now, in addition to both the email and password states, we're also going to have a specific state variable that will keep track of any errors that occur while the user is trying to log in, right? So when we try and log in with Firebase, if the user put in the wrong password, let's say, or if they entered in a username that's not an email, then we're going to want to display that error. So in order to do that, we're just going to have an error state variable. So we'll say const error and set error equals use state, and that's going to be an empty string as well. Cool, so now that we have these three state variables, we should be able to create most of the interface for this login page. What we're going to do is inside a React fragment, all right, so we're not going to have a special surrounding div for this login page. We're going to keep this h1 login heading, and underneath that, we're going to have our inputs. So we'll have two inputs. The first one will be the email input. So we'll come back to that in just a minute. The second one is going to be the password input, and that's obviously going to have type equal to password there for the type attribute. And we're also going to have a button underneath that that will say log in, right? This will be the button that the user clicks when they've entered their information and want to log in. And lastly, underneath this login button, we're going to have a link to the create account page just in case the user doesn't have an account so that they can go over to that page and create their account. All right, so what that's going to look like, we're just going to import the link component from React Router DOM. All right, this is the same thing that we did when we created our nav bar. So let's say import link from React Router DOM. And then if we go back down here, we should be able to create a simple link that will take the user to the create account page by saying link to, and the path here is going to be /create account, right? That's the path that we gave to the route that we defined in our app component. And the text in here is going to be pretty straightforward. We're just going to say don't have an account, create one here. Okay, and that will just be a simple link that the user can click to go to the create account page. Cool, so now that we have all of the basic elements in our login page, and actually there's one that we're missing, and that's going to be the error, but we'll add that later on. The next thing that we're going to do is actually bind the values of these inputs to the values of these state variables. Now, this is something that we did earlier with our add comment form, so it's going to be a pretty straightforward process if you remember what that was like, or you could always open up the add comment form for reference as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to say placeholder. This will be the hint text that we display to the user, And for that, we're going to say your email address. And then we're going to create the binding between this input and our state variables up here by saying value equals email. And on change, right, whenever the user types something new into the input, we're going to say event set email to event.target.value. Again, this is the same thing that we did in our add comment form. So now that we have that input set up, the next thing that we're going to do is add our second input. And what this is going to look like, in addition to our type attribute, we're also going to pass a placeholder value and onChange attribute, just like we did in the input above. So let's say placeholder, and for our password, we're going to want to say something like your password. And under that, we'll create our binding by saying value equals password, and onChange equals event set password to event.target.value. All right, so pretty straightforward and pretty much the same thing between both of these inputs. Awesome, so now that we have both of those inputs bound to the corresponding state variables, let's actually add this error in here. Basically, all that we're going to want to do, this error is just going to be an error string that we'll want to display to the user. And in order to do that, underneath our h1 heading, we're just going to say if error exists, okay, and the way that we do this in React is just by saying error and then the double ampersand sign. Then what we want to do is display a paragraph tag with the class name of error. Okay, that's just for styling purposes, that class name. And then inside here, we'll display the actual error message. So this here is only going to display our error if the error actually exists and has a value. And that's something that will happen as the result of actually trying to log the user in with the email and password. Cool, so at this point we have pretty much everything in our login page set up except for the actual login process itself, right? Once the user enters in their email and password and clicks on this button, that's when we're going to start using Firebase Auth to log the user in with those credentials. Now, in order to make this happen, what we're going to need to do is up at the top of our login page, we're going to import two things from the Firebase Auth package, and those are going to be a function called getAuth and another function called sign in with email and password. And perhaps you can guess what this second function does. Its name is pretty self-explanatory, I think. And these are going to be imported from the Firebase/auth package, right? This is just the auth section of the Firebase package that we installed earlier. Cool, so now that we have those two things, what we're going to do is inside our login page component, we're just going to create a new function called login. And this is going to be a pretty straightforward function that our button down here will call when it gets clicked, okay? So inside here, all we need to do is call this sign in with email and password function that we imported from Firebase. And we're going to call that with the email and password that the user entered. And that should be really all we need to do. So let's say await sign in with email and password. And the way that most of these Firebase functions work, as you'll see, is you need to pass a Firebase auth reference as the first argument, and that's what this getAuth function is for. So in almost all of our functions, you'll see getAuth called as the first argument to sign in with email and password. And then the second and third arguments that we pass to this function are the email and password that the function is talking about. All right, so this function call here should successfully log in the user, provided, of course, that they've given us the right email and password. And if they haven't, what this function is going to do is throw an error. So what we'll want to do is wrap this in a try catch block. And inside the catch block, we're just going to take whatever error was generated and set this error state to that value. You'll see what that looks like in just a minute. So let's just say try and catch error. And then if there was an error, we'll just say set error to error.message. All right. And that will just take the error message, which is a string, and set this error state to that string. So the last thing that we're going to want to do now that we're logging in the user with their email and password, if everything goes well, we're going to want to route the user to the home page, or we could also route them to the articles page instead, I suppose, which might make a little bit more sense. So what we're going to do is, in order to navigate programmatically in a React app, we need a custom hook from React Router DOM, and that custom hook is called useNavigate. Now, you might be familiar with a React Router DOM hook called useHistory from an older version of React Router DOM, and useNavigate is a new hook that replaces that, right? So it makes it very easy to navigate programmatically just by calling a function. So the way that we use this hook inside our login page is we're going to say const navigate equals useNavigate, and then all we have to do is call navigate with the path that we want to send the user to. So if we want to send the user to the articles list page, we can just say navigate /articles, and that will send the user to the articles page once they log in. Cool, so that's our login function. The last thing that we have to do here now is actually call this function when the user clicks the login button, and in order to make that happen, all we need to do is say onClick equals login. And that should be all we need to do for our login page, so let's test this thing out. And we can do that just by going over to our application, and it looks like we have an error here, and that's just because we used the await keyword without adding async to this function. So that's a pretty easy fix. We should just be able to go back to here and add async to our login function here. And if we go back to our browser now, we should see that our create account page is showing. That's not what we want to see though. We want to see our login page. So if we enter login up here at the top of the browser and hit enter, we should see our login page displayed rather nicely. Okay, so nothing is going to happen at this point if we enter in our email address and password, and that's something that we're going to have to take a look at next. All right, at some point we're going to have to implement that useUser custom hook that we created the file for earlier that will allow our components to know when a user logs in and change the app accordingly. All right, so now that users can log into our application through the login page, the next thing that we're going to need to do is modify our article page so that it can adjust based on whether a user is logged in or not. All right, now to give you an idea of what this is going to look like, inside our article page, remember that we're displaying both this upvote section, okay, which allows a user to upvote an article, and we're also displaying this add comment form. Now, we're only going to want to display both of those if the user is logged in, right? Because we're only going to want users to be able to upvote articles once, and we're only going to want users to be able to add comments if they're logged in. All right, so basically what we're going to need in this article page component is a way to know at any given moment whether the user is logged in or not, and that's where this useUser custom hook comes in. So what this useUser custom hook is going to do is allow our components to get immediate access to the currently logged in user, and if the user isn't currently logged in, then they'll be able to know by the fact that the user just won't exist, all right? You'll see what this looks like in just a minute. But basically, in order to implement this custom hook, what we're going to do is we're going to say const useUser, and custom hooks in React are just functions that have hooks inside of them. And then what we're going to do is import the useState and useEffect hooks from React. And we're going to use these to store the current user state, and we're also going to keep track of whether or not we've already loaded the user. So what this is going to look like is we're going to say const user and set user equals useState, and the initial value for this is going to be null because when we're still figuring out whether or not the user's logged in, the value of the user is just going to be null. And underneath that, we're going to say const is loading and set is loading. And the initial value for this is going to be true. All right, so in other words, when a component like our article page here uses useUser, the initial value of isLoading is going to be true, and the initial value of user is going to be null. And this will allow us to know whether we've already determined if the user is logged in or not, and if so, what the user's data actually is. All right, so that's what these two state variables are going to allow us to do. Now, in order to actually know what the current user is, In Firebase, what we need to do is subscribe using a function called onAuthStateChanged, which we can import from the Firebase Auth package. So let's say import, and we're going to import both getAuth. All right, we're going to need this just like we needed it in the login page. And then the other function here that we need is onAuthStateChanged. Now, the way that this onAuthStateChanged function works, and by the way, both of these are imported from Firebase/auth, but the way that this onAuthStateChanged function works is we can call it and we can pass a callback to it, and basically whenever the user changes their auth state, either by logging in, logging out, or creating an account, the callback function that we pass to it will be called. So here's what that looks like. We're going to have to say useEffect, and inside this useEffect callback, we're going to say const unsubscribe. I'll describe what this unsubscribe thing is in just a minute. And we're going to say equals onAuthStateChanged. And the first argument to this, just like we saw with our login page, is going to be getAuth. And the second argument is going to be the callback function that will be called whenever the user logs in or logs out. So for this, we're going to say user, all right, that will be the current user. And if the user isn't logged in, the value of this will be null. That's why we set the initial value up here to null. And then inside here, all we're going to do is say set user to user, and set is loading to false. All right, so let's talk a little bit about what's going on here inside this onAuthStateChanged callback, right? So user, this is either going to be a Firebase user object, or it's going to be null. And if it's a Firebase user object, that'll mean that the user is logged in. If it's null, that'll mean the user is not logged in. And that's what our different components, such as our article page, will be able to look at. Now, as far as loading, in order to know whether this user state is null just because we haven't loaded the user yet, or if the state is null because our user isn't logged in, we need to keep track of whether or not we've already loaded it, and that's what this state variable here is for. Now, as far as this unsubscribe thing goes, this is a function that our onAuthStateChanged function returns that will allow us to cancel that subscription and avoid memory leaks. So what we're going to want to do here is return unsubscribe. And basically what this will do in React is call this function when the component that's using this useUser hook is removed from the DOM, right? So if the user navigates away from the page, let's say. And last but not least, what we're going to do is pass the second argument to useEffect, which is going to be an empty array, which will make sure that we only subscribe to auth state changes when the component first calls this useUser hook, all right? So it won't get called every time the component updates. And that's pretty much it. So now all we have to do is return both these states, user and is loading, so that the component can access them. And what that's going to look like, we're just going to say return user and is loading. And that's it. So let's just export our useUser custom hook by saying export default useUser. And we should be able to use this thing inside our article page now. So what we're going to do is say import useUser from hooks useUser. And then down here underneath where we get our article info and article ID, we're going to say const user and is loading equals useUser. And now we have access to whether or not the user is logged in, and we can use that to hide certain things down in our JSX. All right, so what we were talking about before is that if the user isn't logged in, instead of displaying this upvote button, we're going to want to display some sort of button that says log in to upvote. And down here for our add comment form, we're going to want to hide this comment form if the user isn't logged in and display a button instead that says something like log in if you want to add a comment. Okay, so all we need to do for this, it's actually quite simple now that we have our custom hook. We're just going to say if the user exists, then we'll want to display the original button, right? Because that means that the user is logged in. Otherwise, we're going to want to display a different button that will say something like log in to upvote. And we'll have to link this button later on so that it actually takes the user to the login page. Okay, and if we go down here to our add comment form, what we're going to do is the same kind of thing. We're just going to check to see if the user exists. If the user does exist, we're going to say add comment form. Otherwise, what we're going to do is display a button that says log in to add a comment. Okay? And that's pretty much all we need to do. So let's test this thing out. And we can do that by going back to our browser. And if we take a look at the articles page, we should see that it says log in to upvote and log in to add comment. And you'll notice that the upvotes are not here and the comments aren't here. That's just because we don't currently have the backend running. But then if we go to our login page here, all right, so if we go to localhost 3000/login and enter in the email address that we created earlier, for me it was sean@gmail.com, and the password was abc123! If we click login now, what we should see is that if we go back to an article, it now has the upvote button here and the add a comment form down here displayed for us. So in other words, our article page is successfully changing out these components depending on whether the user is logged in or not. So the next thing that we're going to want to do, of course, is allow users to create an account if they don't already have an account. All right, so now that we've added a custom hook for keeping track of our user's auth state, and we've added a little bit of logic to our article page to change the structure of the page depending on whether the user is logged in or not, the next thing that we're going to do is allow users that don't have an account yet to create an account by going into the Create Account page and implementing it. So let's open up our Create Account page. And the good news here is that a lot of this is going to be pretty repetitive from the login page. So if you want, what you can actually do is copy a lot of this code. And I'm just going to copy the top two imports here, use state, link, and use navigate. We're going to paste those up here in the Create Account page like so. And then we're going to copy the state variables here, so email, password, and error. And we're going to paste those in our Create Account page as well. And actually, we're going to add one more state variable, and that's going to be for the confirm password field. Right? So Create Account pages usually have that third field that wants the user to enter in their password again, just to make sure that the user has entered in the password that they think they're entering. So what we're going to do here is just say const confirm password is what we'll call this state variable, and then we'll say set confirm password, and this is going to be equal to use state, and the initial value will be an empty string. All right, so the Create Account page is just going to have 3 inputs instead of 2 as the login page did. And besides that, what we should be able to do is just copy the navigate, login, and return statements in our login page, and we're going to have to make a few changes to that, but it won't be too bad. And we're just going to replace the return statement here in our Create Account page with that by pasting it. And now let's just sort of go through line by line and change things around. We'll skip over this login function for now, and in fact, I'll just delete that because our Create Account function is going to be a little bit different. But as far as the JSX that we're returning, we're just going to want to change the heading to say Create Account again. We're going to display the error just like we did before. For the email address, that's going to be pretty much the same thing. For the password, that's going to be the same as well, but what we're going to do is copy this field and paste it below, and this will be the confirm password field. So we'll say re-enter your password for the placeholder, and then for the value, we'll say confirm password, and for onChange, we'll say set confirm password. All right, and then down here for the button, we're going to say login. We're going to change that to create account. And we're going to change the name of this function that we're calling as well to create account. And then we're just going to sort of reverse this link so that it goes back to the login page in case a user has found their way to the create account page and already has an account. So what we're going to do here is just change this to so that it says login. And what we'll do is change the text inside here to something like already have an account. Log in here. And that will just do the same thing in reverse that we did on our login page that sent the user to the create account page. All right. So that's pretty much all we have to do for the JSX. So let's go up here and we're going to implement a special function for creating an account. Now, thanks to Firebase, this is actually going to be very straightforward. What we're going to do is just import 2 functions from Firebase. The first one is going to be that get auth function that we've seen before that just gives us a reference to the current Firebase Auth object. And after that, we're going to import another function called create user with email and password. All right, and again, from the name here, you can probably tell what this is going to do more or less. All right, so now that we have that, we're just going to say from Firebase/auth, and these two functions should allow us to very easily create an account using the email and password that our user has entered. Okay, so let's create an internal function inside our create account page. We're going to say const create account. And this is going to be an asynchronous function, of course. So inside here, what we're going to do is say try. And the first thing that we'll do is check to make sure that the user's password and confirm password that they entered match. If not, that means that the user has made some sort of typo in either their password or confirm password and needs to just re-enter those. So what we're going to do is just say if password does not equal confirm password, then what we want to do is say set error, and we want to set the error to something like password and confirm password do not match. And we'll just say return here so that it doesn't continue on. All right, now if the password and confirm password do match, then what we're going to want to do is use this create user with email and password function that we imported from Firebase Auth. And basically all we need to do is call that with the email and password state. So what we're going to do is just say await create user with email and password. We're going to call that with the three normal arguments that you might expect. The first one's going to be the get auth function, which gives a reference to Firebase Auth. And then the second and third one are going to be email and password. And that's it. So at this point, we should have a new user, and what we're going to do is navigate them, just like we did in our login page, to the articles list page, where they can start reading articles, upvoting articles, commenting on articles, etc. So to do that, we just need to say navigate, and we're going to send them to /articles. Again, just like we did in the login page. Now, if something goes wrong, right, if the user enters in something that isn't an email for the email address, for example, or I don't know, if their password isn't valid for some reason, then an error is going to be thrown from this create user with email and password function. And all we're going to want to do here is catch that error, and we'll set the error state up here to the error message that was given to us. All right, so that's just going to look like this. We'll say set error to e.message, and that should be all we need to do for our create account page. So let's test this thing out. And what we're going to do is go back to our app in our browser. We're going to open up the create account page by typing in create account and hitting enter. And oops, we get the 404 page because this should be localhost 3000 /create account, not /articles /create account. So here we have our lovely create account page. So let's try entering in a new email address. We'll say sean2@gmail.com. For the password, we'll say something like abc123 ! Again. Same thing for the re-enter password. And actually, let's just enter something a little bit different for the confirm password, just so we can make sure that that piece of functionality works. So if we click create account now, sure enough, we'll see this little error message that says password and confirm password do not match. If we now make them match and click the create account button again, we should see that we get logged in. And just like when we used the login page, the upvote button and add comment form are available to us. Okay, so at this point, we've done pretty much all we can do on our front end to add Firebase Auth until we've actually added Firebase Auth to our back end as well. So that's the next thing that we're going to take a look at, is how to actually incorporate Firebase Auth into our Node.js server so that we can do things like make sure that users can't upvote an article more than once, and make sure that users can only add comments if they're logged in, things like that. Okay, so here's what this is going to look like. We're going to start off by going back to the Firebase console here. And if you're still on this screen where we copied and pasted our code into our React app, you can just click continue to console. And what we're going to need to do is generate some credentials that our server can use in order to interact with Firebase Auth on a higher level. All right, this will allow us to do things like verify users' auth tokens. So what you're going to want to do is click on this little gear button and go to Project Settings. And once you're there, you're going to go over to Service Accounts. And basically what we're going to need to do here is generate a private key that our server will be able to use. So thankfully, there's a button down here for just that purpose. And if you click on it and then click Generate Key on the little modal that comes up, you're going to see that that will download a new key that you can use in order to connect to Firebase Auth from your server. All right, so what you're going to want to do is take this key file and be very, very careful with it because it gives whoever has it permission to make changes to your Firebase Auth project. So this is something that you want to keep very, very safe. You don't want to publish it to GitHub by accident, for example. And what you're going to want to do is move that into your project. All right, so what I've already done is in my backend folder, I've renamed that file that I downloaded to credentials.json. You're going to want to do that same thing as well. And it's now inside the backend root directory. Okay, so now that we have this, and by the way, feel free to take a look at it just on your own. I'm not going to show you here because this is very sensitive credentials. But it's basically just a JSON object that contains some admin level credentials that our server will be able to use. So what we're going to want to do, well, the first thing you'll want to do actually, in order to make sure that this doesn't get committed to GitHub by accident, is you're going to want to create a gitignore file if you haven't already. And in there, along with things like node modules, which you never want to commit, and MongoDB data, which is our database data that we also don't want to commit, you're going to want to add the credentials.json file and save that there. And what you should see is that that will turn a shade of gray in Visual Studio Code, indicating that it won't be committed to GitHub by accident. Okay, so now that we've done that, the next thing that we're going to do is open up our server.js file and have our server load those credentials and use them to connect to Firebase Auth, right? This is similar to what we did on our front end, but the server is going to have higher permissions since we control the server code, unlike our front end code, which anybody can make changes to once they receive it on their browser. So before we do that, though, we're going to need to install the backend equivalent of the Firebase package that we installed in the front end, and that package is called Firebase Admin. So what you're going to want to do is change directories into your backend by saying cd my blog backend, and then once you're in here, you're going to say npm install firebase-admin. Right, that's the package name here. And once we've done that, we should be able to import that. And along with that, we're going to import the credentials.json file and use that to set up our Firebase admin package. So what this is all going to look like, we're going to start off by saying import fs from fs. This is what we're going to use to load our credentials.json file. And under that, we're going to say import admin from Firebase admin. Okay? And then down below here, but above where we actually create our Express app is where we're going to set up our Firebase admin package on our Node server. And what that's going to look like, we'll start off by loading the credentials.json package, and that's going to look like this. We'll say const credentials equals json.parse. And then inside here, we just need to say fs.read file sync. All right, so we're synchronously loading that file, which is normally not something that you want to do. But since this is something that happens before we even start our server, it should be just fine. And we're going to want to load that file, credentials.json. Okay, and this will actually be /credentials.json since it's in the directory above our server.js file. Okay, so now that we have our credentials loaded, the next thing that we're going to want to do is use them to initialize this Firebase admin package on our server and connect it to our Firebase project. And what that's going to look like, we just need to say admin.initializeApp. And this is going to take a configuration object, which will be called credential. And the value for that is going to be admin.credential.cert. and we're going to pass the credentials that we loaded as an argument to this. Okay, so don't worry too much about what's going on here and all of the particular details. All that we're doing is telling the Firebase admin package what credentials to use in order to connect to our project. It's basically very similar to what we did on the front end. Awesome, so at this point we have Firebase admin added to our backend, and we also have credentials that will allow it, as you'll see, to verify users that make requests to our server. So the next thing that we're going to want to do is make sure that users can only upvote articles once. We'll see how to do that next, and we'll also see how to make sure that only users that are logged in can add comments to an article. Okay, so now that we've added Firebase Auth to both our front end and our back end, it's time to see how to protect our back end endpoints so that users can't do things like add multiple upvotes or add comments without being logged in. So in both of these cases, what we're going to need to do is protect our endpoints by basically checking to see whether the client that made the request was logged in or not. Now, the way that we're going to do that, as you'll see, is if we make a request from inside, let's say, our article page, in addition to just making our regular request with Axios, we're also going to need to include something called an auth token along with this request, right? Now, the auth token is basically just how the front end proves that the user is logged in and that they are who they say they are. So, if you're not familiar with auth tokens, don't worry too much about it. Just know that these are what we need in order to implement this kind of functionality. So we'll get to the front-end functionality a little bit later, but first let's do our server. Essentially what we're going to want to do is use the auth token that's going to be included in every request coming from our front end in order to load information about that user from Firebase. All right, so what this is going to allow us to do is get things like the user's ID, the user's email, etc. So what this is going to look like, we're going to be using the Firebase admin package for this. And what we're going to do is before we define any of our route handlers down here, we're going to use something called Express middleware to automatically load the user's information whenever we receive a request, all right? So middleware is basically just what we did with things like where we added express.json, which as we saw allowed us to get the request.body whenever the client side sent extra information along with their request. And we're going to do the same kind of thing in order to add a request.user property whenever the client side includes some credentials, right? Like an auth token. So here's what this is going to look like. What we're going to do is say app.use, and in order to add middleware to an Express app, we basically just need to pass a function that takes the same request and response arguments as our handlers down here, but additionally, it will also need to take a next callback function. Now, what that next function does, we simply need to call that when we're done processing things in the middleware, and we want the program to go on to the actual route handlers below. All right, so here's what this is going to look like. Inside our app.use middleware, we're going to start off by getting the token that the client side included, right? This is going to be the auth token, and it's going to be in the headers. So what that means is all we need to do to get the auth token is say const auth token equals request.headers. And we'll see how to include this auth token header a little later on from inside our article page and similar components. So now that we have the auth token, the next thing that we need to do is actually use Firebase Auth. We're going to use this admin thing that we set up before to actually take that auth token and load the corresponding Firebase user for that token. And this is actually a pretty straightforward thing to do. We just need to say const user equals await admin.auth. All right, and that's a function that we need to call. .verify ID token, and we're just going to pass that auth token as an argument. Okay, so this is going to basically verify that this auth token is valid and load the corresponding user for that auth token. So if we want to set that on request.user now, all we need to do is say request.user equals user. And we can even cut out a line there by removing that and just saying request.user right there. Okay? Now, since we're using the await keyword here, we're going to need to change this to async. And there's also a possibility that this auth token won't have been included with the request headers, right? If the user isn't logged in, then we're not going to be including the auth token along with the request. We're just going to want to load the basic article info, and that's about it. The user won't be able to do things like upvote an article, as you'll see. So what we're going to need to do is say if there is an auth token, right? If auth token, then what we're going to do is try and verify that auth token and load the corresponding user. And if that doesn't go well, and there is a possibility that this will throw an error, so we should wrap this in a try-catch block. If that doesn't go well, what we're going to want to do is catch the error and just send back a status code saying that something is wrong, right? Usually this will mean that the user included an invalid auth token or is trying to hack the server. So we'll just send back a status of 400 indicating that the request was bad. Awesome, and that's all we need to do there. So in order to make sure that the program execution moves on to the actual route handlers below, we'll just need to call the next callback function that we have up here. Okay, so that's how we load the user automatically from the auth token that they've included with their headers. So the next thing that we're going to do is go through each of these route handlers that we've created before and incorporate the fact that we now know who every user that's making a request is. All right, so for the first endpoint where we just send back data about an article to the client side, this one doesn't require a whole lot of protection, right? Because all clients should be able to access this data regardless of whether they're logged in or not. However, we will want to include a little piece of data with the data that we're sending back here, right, where we say response.json article, that indicates whether or not the user is allowed to upvote that article in the first place, right? And as you'll see later on, what we're going to do is on the front end, we'll use this piece of information to change the text on the upvote button so that it says something like already upvoted, all right? And it won't allow the user to click it again, basically. So in order to do this, it's actually pretty straightforward. We're just going to need to get the ID from the user that we loaded up here, right? And since we've added that to request.user, we can now access request.user down inside these request handlers. So what we're going to do is just say const, and the ID property on Firebase users is actually called UID. So we'll have to get that property like so, and say equals request.user. And then what we're going to do is after we've loaded the article, we're going to check to see whether or not this user with this ID has already upvoted this article. Now, the way that we're going to do this is by adding an extra property to our articles in MongoDB that will basically just be an array containing all of the IDs of users that have upvoted the article in the past. So what this is going to look like, we're going to say const upvote IDs is what we'll call the property. All right, that'll be the IDs again of the users who have already upvoted the article. And we're going to say equals article.upvote IDs. And since there's a chance that that property won't exist on these articles, since it's not currently in our database, we're going to want to add a default value of an empty array to that. Okay, so now the way that we tell whether or not this user has already upvoted this article and therefore whether or not they're allowed to upvote the article again is simply by checking whether or not this user's ID is going to be in this upvote IDs property. And to do that, we just say article.canUpvote. So we're adding a property to this article we're sending back that the front end will be able to use. And then we'll say equals UID, and we'll make sure that that exists first of all. And then we'll say, and upvote IDs does not include the user ID. All right, so in other words, we're just checking to make sure that the user's ID isn't already in the upvote IDs property of our article and setting that property on the data we're sending back to the client side. Cool, so that's all we have to do on our get endpoint. The next two endpoints are going to be a little bit trickier, I believe. So first of all, let's take a look at how to refactor this upvote endpoint so that we make sure that only users who haven't upvoted the article before can do so. Well, first of all, one thing that we should notice is that the upvote endpoint and the comments endpoint are both going to have the same initial criteria, and that is if the user isn't already logged in, we don't want the user to be able to make requests to either of these endpoints. So what we can actually do is add another piece of middleware right above these two routes that will only apply to these two routes. And that's going to look like this. We're just going to say app.use, and then we're going to say request, response, and next. And for the body of this, we're going to say if request.user, right? In other words, if the user exists and has included the auth token with their request, then we'll just call next and allow them to go on to the following request handlers. Otherwise, we're going to want to send back an error status code by saying else response.sendStatus. And the error code that we'll use here is 401, indicating that the user isn't allowed to access that resource. Okay, and that will prevent the user from making requests to either of these endpoints down here if they're not logged in. So now that we've verified that, we can simply go into our upvote endpoint, and we're going to want to check the same basic criteria that we did up here in our load article endpoint, right? We're just going to want to load the article and make sure that the user's ID isn't already in the upvote IDs array. So we can actually just copy a lot of this. What we'll do is just copy these 4 lines here, and then we'll go down into our upvote endpoint, and above where we actually update our article, right? Because we want to make sure that the user hasn't already upvoted it before we actually make that change in the database, we're going to paste all of our lines of code. Okay, so the only changes that we have to make here now are once we've verified that the article exists and we've gotten the upvote IDs, we're just going to say const can upvote, because we're not going to need to send this back to the client side. And then we're going to say if can upvote, and only then, if the user is allowed to upvote, will we actually make changes to the database here. So what I'm going to do is just copy this, paste it inside that if statement. And in addition to incrementing the upvotes now, we're also going to want to add the user's UID property to the article's upvote IDs property that we're referencing right here. All right. So what that's going to look like, we're just going to say $push. All right, this is the way that we add elements to arrays in MongoDB. And we're just going to say that we want to push onto the upvote IDs property the user's ID, which we'll have to get up here. So we'll just say const UID equals request.user. All right, so that should take care of everything for us. So let's just adjust the indentation down here. All right, we're just going to indent these things. And actually, we don't need this if statement anymore. We can just remove that. And we'll change this article here to updated article. And then we'll send back the updated article to the client side. Okay? So that's all we need to do for our upvotes. The last thing we need to do is change our comments endpoint just a little bit. So what we're going to do in our comments endpoint is make sure that the posted by property is equal to the user's email, right? When the user logs in, they're obviously going to need their email address. So instead of just allowing them to specify that by themselves and put in basically whatever they want, we're just going to use the user's email. Now, the way that we do that is we're going to just remove the posted by property from the request.body. And then down here, we'll say const and get the user's email by saying equals request.user. All right, so this Firebase user object has an email property that's basically just the email that the user signed up with. All right, so now that we have that email, all we need to do is change this posted by property that we're inserting into our database, and that's going to be equal to the user's email address like so. Okay, and then we're just going to send back the updated article to the user, and that's pretty much all we need to do. So the last thing that we're going to need to do here is go into our article page and some of the components that it uses and make sure that they include this auth token header that lets our server know who's who. Okay, so now that we've added route protection to all of the routes on our server, the last thing that we're going to need to do is actually add the auth token that we're referring to in our middleware here to all of the requests that we make from our article page, right? And this will be how our client proves that the user is logged in to our server. So what we're going to do is open up our article page, and basically everywhere that we make a request using Axios, we're going to have to include a header with the user's auth token. Now, the good news is that since we've created this use user custom hook and have access to the user directly, it's going to be pretty straightforward to do this. So to start off, let's change our load article info request so that it includes the header. This will be a good way to kind of get our feet wet with this. So first things first, in order to get the user's auth token from this user object, all we need to do is say const token equals await user.getID token. All right, now in this case, we're only going to want to send the token along with this request if the user is actually logged in and exists, right? As we've seen, there's a chance that the user object will be null. So we're also going to want to make sure that the user exists by saying user and await user.getID token. Okay? So now that we have the token, we're just going to include that with our request by saying headers. All right, this is how we add headers to an Axios.get request. It's going to be a little different for post and put requests, as you'll see. And then we're going to say auth token, and we'll set that equal to the token that we just got. Okay, so that should successfully get the token from the user and include that in our headers. And we can actually verify this by starting our front end. All right, so let's open up our front end, and we'll just restart that here by saying npm run start. And we'll open up another terminal as well and start our backend. Here we go, by changing directories into my blog backend and saying npm run dev there. And oops, it looks like our backend isn't quite working because the credentials.json isn't being loaded correctly. So all we should need to do here is change the path that we're using in our server to load our credentials.json. We're just going to change that to /credentials.json. And what we should see now is our server is successfully connected to the database and listening on port 8000. Okay, so let's go back to our front end here in our browser and make sure that it's working. Let's just open up one of our articles here, like the fastest way to learn React. And it looks like that's not quite working either. And that's just because we got an error from our server saying that request.user is not defined. Now, in order to fix this, all we need to do is provide a default value for request.user here if an auth token wasn't included, right? If a user isn't logged in and still wants to make this request. So all we need to do for that is just say request.user equals request.user, or if that doesn't exist, an empty object, and that should fix that for us, hopefully. And actually, another thing that we need to do here is in order to stop this next function from being called, if there's an error, we're going to say return response.sendStatus, all right? You'll notice that you get another error if you don't do that. That is actually very hard to figure out, right? It's an error that says something like cannot set headers after sending a request or something like that. And there actually is going to be one more error too that we have to address, and that is in our article page, currently if we don't have a user, our token is just going to be the string null. Now that's a little bit inconvenient, but that's just something that Axios does, right? If you were to go into here and log out the type of this auth token, if our user isn't logged in, you would see that it was equal to the string null, which means that this if statement would still execute. Kind of inconvenient, but that's the way it is. So all we need to do for that is just change the logic slightly in our article page so that it says const headers equals, and then we'll check to see if the token exists. And if the token does exist, we'll say auth token. Otherwise, we're just going to have the headers be an empty object like so, and then we'll just have to include the headers like this instead. Okay, so that should fix any errors that you were seeing. So let's try one more time to refresh our application. And nope, it looks like there's still one more error, and that is in upvote IDs, we typed the wrong function. This should be includes with an S. So hopefully this is a good lesson in troubleshooting for you because, you know, when we're creating fairly complex servers like we've done here, that sort of thing can happen. So let's head down to our articles, and we're just going to say upvote IDs.includes, and I believe we need that same thing down here in our upvote endpoint since we copied and pasted it. And let's try this again. If we go back and refresh our browser, sure enough, we see that we finally have our upvotes and our comments, all right? So we've seen how to add the auth token to one of the requests that our article page is making. Pretty much all we need to do from this point on is the same thing, but with our other requests. So the first thing that we're going to do is change our add upvote function. And all we need to do here is copy this code that we had up at the top, all right, for our token and headers, and paste that in here. And then we're just going to need to include these headers in this response. Now, since this is an Axios.put request, we're going to need to pass null as the second argument, since in Axios.put requests, that's the request body. And as the third argument, we're going to pass our headers in an object like that. And that should automatically include that for our upvotes. So the last thing now, we're going to do that same thing in our add comment form. And for this, we just need to paste those lines, and we'll need the use user custom hook that we made before. So we'll say import use user. And then down here, we'll say const user equals use user, like so. And then we just need to add the headers by adding a third argument to Axios.post that contains those headers. Cool. So now that we've added these things to our front end, we should be able to do all of the same things as before if our user is logged in. So what we're going to do is go back here and try and upvote. So if we click upvote, we should be able to upvote once. And then if we click it again, we won't be able to do it anymore, right? Because our server isn't letting us. What's happening is when we click this button more, the server is seeing that this user's ID is already on this article under upvotes, and it won't let the user do anything. Now, as far as the add comment form, there actually is one more thing that we need to change about this, and that is we just need to remove this name input, since we're just going to be automatically adding the user's email to the comments. So if we go back to here, what we're going to do in our add comment form is just remove that input. We can remove the label and everything. And what we can actually do is have a paragraph tag that says something like, you are posting as, and then we'll include the user's email by simply saying user.email. And we'll also want to check to make sure that the user exists here. So we'll just add user and you are posting as user.email. So if we go back here now, we'll see that it says you are posting as sean2@gmail.com. Remember that that's who we're logged in as currently. And for the comment, let's actually just remove that label from our text area here and adjust the indentation. And that should be all we need to do. So now our comment form is quite different. And we should be able to add a comment now just by saying, does this work? And if we click add comment, we should see that there's a new comment down here at the bottom with the user's email automatically added to the posted by property. All right, so our front end is successfully adding this auth token to all of its requests that it's making. So the last thing that we're going to do here is make it so that this upvote button changes depending on whether or not the user is able to upvote the article. All right, so if we go back to our article page, what we're going to do is, since our article info now includes this can upvote property that we're getting from our load article endpoint here, right? Remember, we're adding that here. We're going to just add that to the default property. We'll say can upvote, and that will be false by default. And then underneath that, we can say const can upvote, and we're just going to get that from the article info so that we can use it down below. Okay, so now that we know whether the user can upvote the article or not, we just have to go down to the upvote button right here. And what we'll do is we'll change the text of the upvote button depending on whether or not the user can upvote it. So all we have to do here is say can upvote. And if the user can upvote, we'll say upvote. Otherwise, we'll say already upvoted. And that's it. Now, one last thing here, in order to make sure that that can upvote property is set correctly, is we're only going to want to load the article info once we're done figuring out whether or not the user is logged in. All right. So in order to do this, all we need to do is say if is loading, and then we'll say load article info. And then we're going to want to add both is loading and user as dependencies for this useEffect hook. All right. That'll just make sure everything happens at the right time. So if we go back and take a look at our app now, we'll see that sure enough, this user has already upvoted the article. And what we'll see is if we log out, which we currently can't do, that's going to be a very simple thing to do. All we need to do for that is open up the nav bar and add a log out button. All right, so what we're going to do is underneath the unordered list, we're going to add a div with the class name of nav right. All right, that's just for styling purposes, of course. And inside here, what we're going to do is, depending on whether or not the user's logged in, we're going to display either a login button or a log out button. And this is made easy by our useUser custom hook. So let's say import useUser from hooks useUser. We're going to get the user by saying const user equals useUser, like so. And then down here, we'll say if the user exists, we're going to display a button that says log out, right? Otherwise, we're going to display a button that says log in. Now, what these two buttons do, the first one, the logout button, is just going to call Firebase Auth's sign out function. So let's go up and import that. Just like with our other Firebase Auth functions, we're going to say get auth, and then we're going to import the function itself, which is called sign out. And those are both imported from Firebase/auth. And then down here, what we'll do is when our logout button is clicked, we're going to define a function that says sign out, and we just need to pass the auth reference to that function, and that will log the user out. And as far as logging in, when the user clicks on this button, we're just going to want to send them to the login page, and we'll do that using the useNavigate hook from React Router DOM, which we've already seen. So let's just say useNavigate, and if we go down here, we'll say const navigate equals useNavigate. And then for our login button, we're just going to send the user to the login page. So we'll say onClick equals, and for this function here, we'll just say navigate and send them to /login. And that's it. So let's test this thing out. If we go back to our app now, we should see that sure enough, we have this logout button here. If we click it, we'll see that immediately these buttons change and it says login to upvote and login to add a comment. And if we click the login button now, it will take us directly to the login page. And if we enter in something like sean@gmail.com and the password and click login, that will take us to the articles list page where we can now upvote articles and add comments. And that pretty much completes adding Firebase Auth to both our front end and back end. So congratulations on adding authentication to this full stack app. All right, so at this point, our full stack app is pretty much finished, which means that we can move on to actually seeing how to release this app and host it somewhere on the internet so that anyone can access it. So what we're going to be doing here is preparing our app for release, and this is going to involve a few things. The first thing that we're going to have to do is actually build our front end here and have it hosted by our back end, right? So first of all, the way that we build our front end is by changing directories into our front end directory, in case you're not already there, and running the command npm run build. Now, what this will do is it'll take all of the developer-friendly code that we've been working with so far and turn it into browser-friendly code. And basically, all of that code is going to be put into this build folder that you just saw appear over here on the left. All right, so once this is done, what we're going to want to do is move this build folder into our backend so that our Node server can be the one that actually serves all of these files, all right? Currently, while we've been developing the front end, it's just been React's built-in development server that's been hosting our app for us. But in production, we're going to need to actually have it hosted by our Node server. So what you're going to want to do is copy this build folder and go into my blog backend, and we're going to paste this folder inside here. Now, if you're using GitHub for your backend, you're probably going to want to add this build folder to your git ignore. And to do that, you just need to go in here and add build, and you should see that turn gray, which means that it won't get committed. Okay, so now that we've built our front end and we've added it to our backend folder, what we're going to do is have our Node server actually serve those files statically. So here's what that's going to look like. The first thing that we're going to need to do is tell Express to use that build folder as a static folder. And to do that, we just need to say app.use express.static. And then for the path that we specify, we're going to say path.join. And then we're going to have __ directory name. And we're going to join that together with // build. All right, now because we added type module to our package.json file, this underscore underscore directory name thing unfortunately won't work by default. So what we have to do, and this is a little bit of a pain, but up here at the top of our server, we just need to say import file to URL path, or file URL to path rather. And then we're going to say const underscore underscore file name equals file URL to path import.meta.url. And then under that, we're going to say const underscore underscore directory name equals path.directory name. And we're going to pass the file name to that. And additionally, we also need to import the path package from Node.js. So we'll say import path from path. And don't worry too much about all the details of what's going on here. Just know that what we're doing here is recreating the underscore underscore directory name thing that's available when the type is not equal to module. So anyway, this should work now. And the other thing that we're going to have to do is add a route handler specifically for when we receive a request that isn't to one of our API routes. So what this is going to look like is we're going to say app.get. And for the path here, we're actually going to have to use a regular expression. Now, the reason for this, what this regular expression is going to allow us to do is handle any request that doesn't go to one of our API routes, all right? So that's why we started all of these routes with /API, is so that it would give us an easy way to tell our API routes apart from when someone's using a browser and just trying to open up one of our pages that we're hosting now. So anyway, what this is going to look like, and you're going to have to type this exactly, it's going to be /, parentheses, and then inside here, we're going to have question mark, exclamation point. Yes, I'm serious about this. And then we're going to have \/ API. And then we're going to close those parentheses and say .+/. All right, so this will basically just handle all the routes that don't start with API. That's all you need to know about that regular expression there. So now that we have that, for the route handler, we're just going to say request and response. And inside here, we're just going to say response.sendFile path.join. And the path here is going to be underscore underscore directory name. And we're going to say /build/index.html. So all that this is doing here is whenever a browser sends a request to our server that isn't going to the API route, we're going to send back the index.html file, which will take care of loading our React script and rendering our React app. Okay, so that's what's going on there. And what we should be able to do now, excitingly enough, is run our server and be able to access our React app simply by sending a request to our server. All right, so what we can do is let's change directories into our backend, right? My blog backend. And if we run npm run dev now, what we should see is that our server is now listening. And now if we go into a browser and paste localhost 8000 and hit enter, we can now see our React app being rendered in our browser, even though the request that we sent was to our server, right? So the server is sending back the index.html file, and that's taking care of loading our React script and rendering our app in the browser. All right, so let's just take a look around to make sure that everything is working, and it looks like everything is still working. So the next thing that we're going to need to do is make a change to our server so that the runtime will be able to tell it what port it should listen on. Right? This is going to be very important when we publish our server to some sort of hosting platform, because usually hosting platforms like to be able to tell the server what port it should listen on. So what we're going to do for that is we're just going to say const port equals, and then we're going to take a look at process.environment.port. And this will just allow the hosting platform to specify the port that our app should listen on as an environment variable. Now, obviously in development mode, we're just going to want that to be 8000, so we'll provide a default value of 8000 for that. And now we just need to go in here and replace 8000 with port. And the same thing here, we're going to say server is listening on port, and then we'll add the port number to the end of that. All right, now one more thing that we have to do here in order to get our app ready to publish is we have to actually host MongoDB somewhere else as well, right? Currently, we're hosting MongoDB locally, and for obvious reasons, once we're hosting our application on some sort of hosting platform, we're not going to be able to access our local database. So what I'm going to recommend, there are obviously lots of different hosting platforms for MongoDB, but I've found that the free version of MongoDB's Atlas software is generally the easiest one to work with. So what you're going to want to do is search for MongoDB Atlas, and you'll probably have to create an account. Hopefully you don't have to put in billing information, but you might. Just be assured that it's been free for me, even though I've been using it for quite a while. And what you're going to want to do is once you get to this dashboard, you're going to create a new project. Now, I already have one called Full Stack React Course. That's just from when I was testing out the code for this course. So we're going to create a new project here. And this is basically just going to allow us to set up a shared MongoDB server that we'll be able to connect to, just like we were able to connect to our local MongoDB instance. So first of all, we need a name for our project. I'll just call mine Full Stack Blog Site. And we'll click Next. The next thing it's going to want is for us to add members and set permissions on this project. The only one you're going to need is your own email down here. And then we're going to click Create Project. Okay, so once we've created the project, we're going to click on Build a Database in the middle of the screen here, presented very conspicuously for us. And then we're going to select Shared, all right? So this one says free, and again, for me, so far it's been free. Hopefully they keep it that way after I record this. And then the next thing that it's going to ask is where you want to host MongoDB. Now, this is going to depend on where you're at geographically. Since I'm in the eastern United States, I'm going to leave North Virginia selected, but you may want to select one of these other ones here. So once you've selected the cluster that's closest to you, just click on Create Cluster, and that should create a new database for you. But what it's going to ask you first is for a username and password that can be used to connect to this database, all right? So basically, the username and password here are what we can use to set up our database both through the Mongo shell, and it's also what our node server is going to use, as you'll see, to connect to this database, right? This basically just prevents other people besides us from connecting to our database and messing things up. So what we're going to do, let's just create a username. We'll call it node server. And for the password, let's just click on Auto Generate Secure Password and click Copy so that we have a copy of that password. And then we'll click on Create User, which should add that user to our database. All right, so now that we have the username and password, what we're going to need to do is go back to our project and add both of those things to an environment file for our MyBlog backend. All right, so what we're going to do is create a new file, and we're going to say .env. All right, so this will just contain environment variables for our project. And then in here, we're just going to add Mongo username equals, and remember we called it node server. And then we're going to add Mongo password, which is going to be equal to the value that we copied from our browser. All right, so now that we have the username and password for MongoDB, what we're going to need to do is load those into our server file when it runs, and we're going to need to connect to MongoDB with those credentials. So first things first, in order to automatically load environment variables from a .env file, I generally use the .env package. So let's install that. We're going to say npm install .env and hit enter, and that should install that package for us. So once we've done that, we should be able to just add the import up at the top here and say import .env/config, and that will automatically take those Mongo username and Mongo password things that we added in our .env file and set them on process.env here. Okay, now what that means is we should be able to use those things to connect to our database. So let's open up our db.js file, and instead of connecting to our local database here now, we're going to connect to the new database that we just created in MongoDB Atlas. And the good news is that there's actually a pretty easy way to do this. If you go back to MongoDB Atlas, what you're going to want to do is click on Database over here on the left. And what that should do is bring up your database deployments. you're going to want to find the free cluster that we just created and click connect. And that will give you some options for how to connect. Now, first of all, it's going to ask you where you should be able to connect from. And for security reasons, it's probably best if you say add your current IP address and just create specific IP addresses that are able to connect. But what we're going to do is say allow access from anywhere and say add IP address. And then what we're going to do is click this choose a connection method button. And we're going to say connect your application. And this will give you the URL that you can use to connect to this MongoDB instance. So let's just copy this here. And then we're going to go back to our code and replace MongoDB localhost with what we had here. And then we'll just need to insert the MongoDB username and MongoDB password into this URL by changing this to backticks, like so. And then we're just going to say, instead of node server, $ curly braces, process.env.mongo username. And for the password, we're going to replace that with process.env.mongo _ password. Okay, and that should allow us to connect to that MongoDB instance from our server. Now, in order for this to work nicely, though, what we're going to need to actually do is insert some data into that Mongo database that we just created, right? Because currently, only our local database has data in it. So what we're going to want to do is go back to the MongoDB Atlas interface, and we'll click Connect again. But this time, what we're going to do is select Connect with the MongoDB shell. All right, and all that this is going to do is it's going to give you some instructions for connecting to MongoDB with the command line. And the first thing is going to be installing the Mongo shell. I already have that installed, so I don't need to run that command, but you might. And then what I'm going to do is copy this command, and we can go back now to our terminal, and I'm going to run that command in here. And what it should do is ask for our password. So we're going to want to copy the password that we put inside the environment file. Just going to copy this here and paste it there and hit enter. And we should see that the Mongo shell comes up under here. Awesome. So at this point, we're into our Mongo database that we created on MongoDB Atlas, which means that this database is theoretically accessible from anywhere by our server. So what we're going to do is the same kind of setup that we did when we set up our local database. The first thing we're going to do is say use React blog DB and hit enter. All right, so we're now in our React blog DB. So now we just need to say db.articles.insert many. And what you're going to want to do here is copy and paste the array that we had from earlier, which contains our starting article info. All right, now if you don't have this laying around, fortunately, it's not very much to type out. So I would just recommend going ahead and doing that. Or you can always look on GitHub to see if you can find it in some of the old exercise files for earlier videos. So once you have that, we're going to hit enter, and you should see acknowledged true, inserted IDs. And that basically means that we successfully inserted those into the database. So now what we should be able to do, just to tie this all back together, is exit the Mongo shell, which you can do by pressing Control-C twice. And then we're going to run our backend by saying npm run dev and hitting enter. And what you should see is successfully connected to database, which means that we were able to connect to our remote database now. And if we go back and take a look at our app, and more importantly, if we take a look at our articles, we should see that we're able now to upvote these articles, which we can do by logging in first. All right, so we'll need to log in before we can do this. We'll just say sean@gmail.com or whatever the email that you used in Firebase Auth was before. Those emails are still going to be the same. And then we'll put in our password and click login, and we should successfully be logged in. And I'm noticing now that the already upvoted thing is not quite right. And the reason for that, I believe, is that this if statement should be if is not loading. So you just need to add the not sign to that. And then, unfortunately, what we're going to need to do is rebuild our front end and re-add it to our back end. So let's just go back to our front end by saying cd my blog, and we'll run npm run build again. And then once that's built, we're going to copy and paste that over to our backend again. So let's just go into our backend and delete the build folder that's currently there. And then we'll go back into my blog, copy the build folder, and put that into my blog backend. So that's why it's important to make sure that you get these things right in development mode. So let's paste this now. And we should be able now to run our backend again by saying cd my blog backend, and we'll run it with npm run dev like so. And we should be able to see this in its correct format by refreshing the page, and sure enough, we'll see upvote. And if we click on that upvote button now, we'll see that it changes to already upvoted and adds one upvote to our article. All right, now we're also going to see that there are no comments here, so let's try adding a comment, and we'll say, "This is so amazing," and click add a comment. And sure enough, we should see that that comment has been added below. And furthermore, if we try and refresh this, we'll see that both of those things are persisted in our remote MongoDB database now. So everything is pretty much ready for us to release this application. So the next thing that we're going to take a look at how to do is release this app to Google Cloud. All right, at this point, our app is pretty much ready to release to Google Cloud. So that's what we're going to see how to do here. Now, the first step in doing this is to add what's called an app.yaml file, so app.yaml, to our backend project. And this file is basically just going to tell Google Cloud what sort of environment our project needs to run in, and it's also a good place for us to specify environment variables such as our MongoDB username and password. All right, so all we're going to need to add here is the property runtime, and this is going to be equal to Node.js 16, although if you want to run it on a different version of Node, you can always choose a different version as well, such as Node.js 14 if you want to, or something later as well. Now, in order to add the environment variables, what we're going to do is just create a separate YAML file. So we'll say new file, and this is going to be, we'll call it prod.env.yaml. And inside here, we're going to add the property environment_variables. And for these, we're just going to use the same ones that we had in .env. Now, the reason that we're creating two separate files for this, with basically the same information in them, is if you ever wanted to have different environments for production and development, which I would highly recommend, you would just be able to put different variables into .env and leave the production variables in production env. Now, what we're going to do here is just replace these equals signs with colons, and we should be good. Okay, so now that we have the prod.env.yaml file created, we're just going to import that into our app.yaml file. And to do that, we just need to say includes, and then we'll say prod-env.yaml. And that should be all we need to do there. So one last thing that we're going to need to do before we actually start working with Google Cloud and publishing this app is we're going to need to give our app a start script. So let's open up package.json. And inside this script section here, we're going to add start. And the start command for our app is just going to be node source/server.js. Okay? Basically, this start script is what Google Cloud is going to use to actually start our app once it's uploaded all of our files and built the environment. And that should be pretty much all we need to do there. So we're almost ready to release our app. The last thing that we need to do is actually create a Google Cloud project to release our app to. So what you're going to want to do is go to console.cloud.google.com. And if you don't already have a Google Cloud account, right, if you've never worked with Google Cloud before, you may have to go through some sort of pretty simple setup process. But then what you're going to do is from this little drop down up at the top, we're going to search for whatever you called your Firebase project, right? I called mine My React Blog. So I'm going to select this one because basically what happens is when we create a new project in Firebase, that Firebase project is actually a Google Cloud project behind the scenes. So Firebase essentially just provides a much more user-friendly interface than Google Cloud does, all right? So now that we've selected My React Blog, the next thing that we're going to have to do is install the Google Cloud CLI. Now, basically, this is just a set of command line tools that you can use to release your app. So in case you don't have those, just Google how to install gcloud CLI, and that should take you to this page right here where it describes how to install the Google Cloud CLI on whatever your operating system is. Now, since I already have this installed, I'm not going to go through this process here, but it should be pretty straightforward. So anyway, once you have the Google Cloud CLI installed, you should be able to run gcloud -version in your terminal, and you should be able to see the Google Cloud version that you currently have. Now, Google Cloud, as you can tell, goes through quite a few versions, so yours might not be identical to mine, but the basic process here is going to be the same. All right, now the first thing that you're probably going to have to do with the Google Cloud CLI is log in, and you can do that by just saying gcloud auth login, and if you hit enter here, what it's going to do is open another browser window, and it's just going to ask you to give permission to Google Cloud. That's just on another monitor for me, which is why you're not seeing it. And once you agree to that, you should see that you've been logged in successfully. And now that we're logged into the Google Cloud CLI, we should be able to select our project. And in order to do that, you're just going to go to the Google Cloud interface in your browser, and you're going to want to look for your project ID, right? This is mine right here. You're going to copy that, and then you're going to go back to your terminal and say gcloud config set project, and then you're going to paste that project ID and hit enter. And what you should see is that it says updated property core project. So you're now in your project in Google Cloud. And what that means is you should be able now to deploy your project. So let's give this thing a try. The command for this is gcloud app deploy. And when you hit enter, what you'll see is that this will upload all of your files to Google Cloud. First of all, though, it's going to ask you for a region. I'm going to select US East 1, so I'm going to enter 18, but your choice might be different. And then what it's going to do, as I said, is upload all of your files to Google Cloud, and it will try and run it. Now, hopefully this will go well. It's going to ask if we want to continue and hit enter. And there we go. It's uploading all of our files to Google Cloud storage, and it will take maybe a minute or two to actually do everything if there are no errors. And it looks like we have an error. Now, this error is a fairly common one to see, and it basically just happens when you don't have billing enabled for certain features that require billing, right? As I'm sure that you've noticed by now, many of these services like to at least just have your billing info, even if they're not going to charge you. So what you're going to want to do is command click on this link that they gave you here, and what that should do is open up the Cloud Console so that you can just click Enable for the Cloud Build API. And you're going to click Enable there. And you're going to need to say Enable Billing for this project, assuming that you haven't already added it. And you might have to add a billing account to this. Really, all that that's going to involve is just you putting in some sort of payment information. It's really a little annoying that you have to do this sometimes, but that's just the way it is if you want the ease of use that Google Cloud provides. So let's click Set Account here, and it should now say that our Cloud Build API is enabled. And you might see a screen like this, but the point is that it's now enabled. So what we should be able to do is go back and run that same command again, gcloud app deploy. And basically what it'll do is ask us if we want to continue again. And then it will say uploading however many files to Google Cloud Storage, and hopefully this time it will complete all the way. And there we go. So it looks like everything was successful, and now comes the very exciting part. We're going to get to see our app live on the internet, and you can do that by simply copying this link here and going to a browser, and we're going to open up a new tab and paste it. And if we hit enter, what we should see now is our React app. All right, so you should be able to browse around this just like you were able to do when we were running it locally, but this is now actually available on the internet, so you can send this link to other people and they'll be able to see it live. So congratulations on completing and hosting your first full stack React app. All right, so now that we've been able to successfully host our entire full stack application on Google Cloud Platform, the last thing that you're probably going to want to do here is shut down this project so that you don't start getting charged for it. All right, now this is actually quite an easy process. What you can do if you want to make sure you're not getting charged for this is open up this menu over here on the left-hand side, and you're going to want to go to billing, right? You probably needed to set up a billing account to make this work. And then what you're going to want to do is go down here to account management on the left. And here you should see all of your Google Cloud projects that you have billing enabled for. Okay, so all you have to do in order to make sure that you don't start getting charged for this project is find your project in this list, and you're going to want to click the 3 dots next to it and click Disable Billing. Now, this is going to give you a warning saying that disabling billing may put an end to some of the services, and if you're okay with that and you don't want your app to be running anymore, you should be able to just click Disable Billing, and that will remove it from the list, and you shouldn't get billed for it. Well, we have covered quite a few topics in this course. And just as a quick review, we started off by learning how to create a front-end application with React. We saw how to create a simple server and REST API with Node.js and Express. After that, we saw how to persist all of our data by storing it in MongoDB. And this was followed up by seeing how to authenticate users with Firebase authentication and bringing our front and back end together with the Axios library. And finally, we closed out by seeing how to host an entire full stack application, right? The blog that we built on Google Cloud Platform. So now that you've got all this full stack development knowledge, you might be wondering where to go next. Well, there's one main thing that I would recommend, and that is that you try building your own full stack application, right? Just find something that you're interested in, some project that you've always wanted to build, and use the skills that you've learned in this course to build that.